Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to change the scene, so you probably haven't been hearing me at all. So yeah. My bad. Oh, yep. Okay, that should have fixed it. Yeah, I just forgot to switch the scene from just my screen and nothing else to the actual thing. So yeah. Uh, what did excuse me for 1 second. I think I might have. Yep, there we go. Sorry, I just had to fix something on the kick stream that had been screwed up. And I'm just doing a quick check of all 3 streams to make sure everything is working properly. And it looks like it is. Okay, so yeah, so I'm very excited. I just said this, but of course I made a mistake, so nobody actually heard me. But yeah, I'm very excited to get things started here because I really enjoyed these 3 episodes. I think there's going to be a lot to talk about. Maybe not quite as good as the last 3 that we watched last week, but it's definitely up there. I'm starting to enjoy this series more and more. Even I know a lot of people talk about the flashy animation and the fight scenes and all that, which are great, but I think that the writing and how they're bringing the stuff from the books to the anime is just getting better and better as the series goes on. In particular, I noticed a couple of instances where they started to take some stylistic influence from the books. And I did not have a chance to check out the OVA. That may be something I do next week. Unfortunately, I had one of those weeks where I always either had something going on after work or I was just too tired to actually do anything productive after work. So I just didn't get a chance to check it out. So I didn't want to go in blind because that's just not how I like to do things. But I'm going to try to check it out for next week to see if it's something that will be good to look at on stream. Now let me just pull up my own things like the chat, my notes, and the activity feed. There we go. All right, so with all that happening, let's get started. So right off the bat, I find this a very interesting choice to replay this scene as the opening to this episode. And normally I wouldn't talk about something like that. It's, a lot of TV shows do things like this. But I point this out because this is unusual for Mushoku Tensei if you don't include the fact that the first part of the season and the second part of the season had a bit of a production gap. So in those instances, the replays were meant to kind of bring the audience back up to speed because they haven't been, actively with it for a while if they were following it in real time. However, this is like right in the middle. This is the second half of part 2. So if somebody had been watching this on release, they saw this scene not that long prior. So it's very interesting to me that they decided that, this is something we need to show them again to make sure it is 100% fresh in the viewer's mind. And I think a big reason for that is they're starting to really lean into the parenting theme of Mushoku Tensei in these not just the next couple episodes, but in the past episodes, they're really starting to push it a lot harder, starting to do a lot more non-verbal storytelling to show, what parents have with their kids. That may be the case. That's also a possibility. As I mentioned, I think before I got my audio working properly, the the anime. One thing I noticed as I was watching these 3 episodes is that the anime is really starting to take a lot of the stylistic influence from the books that I felt was kind of missing in part 1, where they're definitely doing a little bit more of playing around with chronology, replaying scenes, not quite replaying scenes, but just having some of that just kind of flavor of playing around with different characters' perspectives. They're starting to do the thing where they will have 2 scenes that are very similar but with a twist, where where one scene will basically be a callback to the previous scene. That was something that the books liked to do a lot, and also they're not quite there yet, but they are starting to show a bit more of Rudy's kind of wit, the little jokey monologues he does in his head. Well, okay, technically they'd be soliloquies, but that's nerdy writer shit. But yeah, they're only doing it a bit so far, but it definitely is starting to remind me of how Rudy's narration in the books would be, and that was something I really liked. And that was something I definitely kind of missed in the anime so far. Because, I think a big part of what really made the books entertaining is that Rudy would just kind of go off in these mental tangents, would be telling jokes to himself, would be making all these pop culture references. And, it was a very funny way of how he liked to just kind of engage with the world to himself. Of course, he didn't express that to other people because he was always trying to put on a certain attitude, and eventually as he grew he just kind of became a more mature person, but he always kind of had that kind of mental processing to the point where I've mentioned this before, but one of the funniest things to me was how late in the book series he ends up meeting up with the remaining Boreas Grey Rats, and I think the Notos Grey Rats too. And he ran into James. And the reason he remembered James's name is because he was like, oh yeah, that's the guy whose name sounds like a train. So that was a Thomas the Tank Engine reference, which I thought was so stupid that I couldn't help but find it hilarious. Okay, so let's keep going. Hold up. I need to just quickly mute the YouTube. There we go. Yeah. I'm not too bothered by things like copyright claims when, at least for music, because it's easy to just... YouTube has an AI tool that lets you edit out music without cutting out speech and stuff like that. So that's not a big deal, but audio claims can nuke the stream, so... Okay, and I do like how this is the first reference to the North God Kalman, who the anime-onlys will not have met him yet, but he becomes a pretty important part of the books eventually. Although, it's interesting, I'm wondering... it might be something that is known, but I'm actually curious as to which North God Kalman he's talking about, because there are 2 currently in the world. There's the one Kalman and then his son Kalman. So I don't know. It's interesting. And I do like how they're kind of they built this up as if he's going to be some, powerful opponent who's, just having a friendly bout, so there's no real threat, but they kind of built him up with his narration only to just have him get his ass kicked. I thought that was funny. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't remember which one he was talking about. Yeah. And I will say, even though it's way, way into the future, past the point where the anime onlys have gotten to yet, I am kind of excited to get into the two Kalmans when we eventually meet them. Because, again, I've mentioned it before, but Northgod style is my favorite of the three swordplay styles, and I wish there was more of it throughout the series, because I just think with Rivagene's way of writing fight scenes, Northgod is just perfect for that. And also, just when you get to the high levels, you see the Northgod combatants start to do things just so differently. Even even the stuff we've seen now, like we've seen a couple of North Saints already, and they have an interesting way of approaching combat. But the people at the really high level kind of lean into their oddities. Like, I know this is kind of a minor event in the grand scheme of things, so I don't know if they're actually going to properly adapt this part. But I'm really excited to see Ghislaine fight Wee Ta, because Wee Ta has this whole thing where he plays around with color and light, where in the daytime he uses reflective armor to try to blind his opponents, and at night he uses camouflage essentially to blend in. So I think that could lead to some really cool visuals. And also just the two Kalmans each kind of have their own philosophy surrounding Northgod style, with the one Kalman using a staff, which is pretty much useless in Mushoku Tensei world, and the other one kind of taking things a lot more seriously, having a bit of an ego. I don't think their story was quite as fleshed out as I'd like it to be, but it's still pretty cool. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and the Sword of Light is pretty cool too. I've been liking the way they've been doing it. I gotta give props to Rudy's voice actor here. It's oh man, that is one of the funniest puking sounds I've ever heard. And yeah, Rudy's aunt is great. I would imagine they're gonna bring her in the later parts where they return to Millis, because she plays a pretty significant role in that whole arc. With like when we're talking about like the family struggles between Rudy and Claire, and all the stuff with Zenith. Yeah. Oh, is light manipulation with Sword of Light? Oh yeah, that's gonna be exciting. Yeah. It's I mean, one thing is, when it comes to the sword play, the stuff I'm really excited for is the way high level people of different styles approach each other. Like, I'm not sure if the anime gets into it, but when Eris is in her training arc at the Sword Sanctum, I know in the books they had her with another sword saint, because she's a sword saint at that point, and also a water saint. They're all training together, and they kind of have that triangle where Eris consistently beats the other sword saint consistently beats the water saint, and the water saint consistently beats Eris. And they're all kind of trying to learn from each other and patch up each other's weaknesses. I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see when the water god shows up, because I really like Water God style is not my favorite. It's less interesting to me than North God, but I still really like the whole concept of a combat style that's predicated on defense and reflecting attacks. Because the Water God has like a technique where she kind of sets up a stance, and any movement is something she can react to. Where she can't like do anything if nobody does anything, but she kind of holds everyone hostage, and like anybody who like so much as twitches like loses a hand. I think Rudy might have lost a hand at that point. I don't remember, but I mean, as I mentioned last week, Rudy loses an arm something like 3 times throughout the story, so it gets a little ridiculous. But that's going to be a cool thing visually. and I'm excited to see it. Especially with how that scene ends, which is another great moment that I don't want to spoil right now. Okay, and I like this moment here too, because it shows that Rudy, because Rudy can't silent cast healing magic, which I'm not sure if they explicitly mentioned it in the anime, but it is a nice little thing because healing is an opposition school for him. But I like the idea that his seasickness makes it harder for him to cast healing magic just because he can't actually necessarily finish the incantations, and I think that's kind of neat. Yeah, and I do like the way they kind of have this relationship continuing at this point in the story, because they obviously had their fight and they made up and they're kind of back to square one. Not quite square one, but to a point where they're good with each other. They definitely have a degree of mutual respect, which kind of has gone up and down throughout their history together so far. Although part of that was just because Rudy was still, in total degenerate mode. But they're kind of in this place of mutual respect, and even when they're apart, they're willing to kind of banter with each other. They're like poking fun at each other. This is how a lot of the people in my family interact, and how we kind of just are. Again, I've got a loud Italian family. That's just kind of how it works. And so this just really makes intuitive sense to me. Even though I know some people don't have that type of experience, it feels very, very real to me. And I mean, hell, even with my friends in the real world, one of the ways I bond with people is by roasting them and encouraging them to roast me. Like, that's just kind of how I do things. And this is a really nice little nod to the books, where again, they don't mention it in the anime at this point, but one of the things that shows up repeatedly in the books is that Rudy, while he definitely has mostly negative memories of his past life, he was a Japanese guy, and he misses a lot of the Japanese things he'd grown up with and that he was familiar with. So throughout the series, whenever he sees something that kind of sounds like it would be vaguely reminiscent of something Japanese, he kind of jumps on it, which leads to a couple of funny things. Like there's the one scene where he eats the fried chicken and gets really pissed because it's terrible and just goes on like a huge rant about it. I don't know if they skipped it or if we just haven't gotten to it yet, but that was so funny, especially because that guy comes, the death god. Yeah, exactly. The death god scene was fucking hilarious. It's hilarious how that scene actually had like significant plot impact when it was revealed who exactly the death god is. But also, and then later in the series, there is a moment where Rudy just kind of becomes obsessed with once again being able to try egg on rice. And the issue is that he just can't find any soy sauce. So eventually the ogre liquor was basically soy sauce, or at least it tasted the same. So he was all excited to finally get to eat egg on rice again. And that was like a whole big mini plot arc there of him getting really excited to get his hands on it, and the fact that he would eat it again made him feel, like he was at home, and that was kind of adorable. And there were funny things also. And interestingly, that scene, that whole thing with Rudy getting really excited for egg on rice actually got me to try it in real life. Because I was like, okay, I'd heard of it before. It's not really a thing that people in the West really eat. But I'm like, you know what? Rudy is just so fucking obsessed with this shit. I gotta see if it's any good. And so I made it, and I tried it, and, I had basically the same reaction as Rudy's party, which is like, it's okay, I guess. So, like, I haven't ever made it again, because I don't really care for it that much, but I just thought that was an amusing little thing. And even if I didn't, exactly. Yeah, it's I think it's one of those things, and even, it's one of those foods where if you didn't grow up eating it, if it's not just a part of your experience, you're probably not gonna like it too much. Like again, it's not bad, but yeah, it's like, again, the first time I ate it was at age 28, so yeah, it's something I finished my meal, but it's not something I'd ever really eat again. But I don't know, I just thought that whole thing was interesting, and it got me to and Mushoku Tensei got me to try something new. Oh, real? Okay, yeah. That can make sense, yeah. And that's another interesting thing. One thing I've always kind of wondered is, how much does Ruijerd catch on to the fact that Rudy has all this experience that he shouldn't have? Because if you think about it, Eris had never tried rice at this point, because it's just not something that is native to the Fitoa region. And generally speaking, crop imports and exports just aren't much of a thing, except for like the high nobility. And even then, it's like, it's difficult just because you have to preserve it, and it's difficult to travel and all that stuff. So Rudy in this world hasn't eaten rice at all. He shouldn't have any experience with rice. And I imagine this kind of, and Ruijerd is very smart, so I imagine this kind of strikes him as odd. And there are a number of other things that are like this throughout the course of the series, that Ruijerd would probably notice that something is not right. I don't know if he ever really puts the pieces together, because I know that Rudy only ever tells 2 people that he was reincarnated. No, 3 people that he was reincarnated. One was Nanahoshi, because she was also brought over to this world, so they kind of were talking about their shared experience. The other is a character who I'm not going to spoil at the moment, just because the anime only's, they don't know that this character is involved in this way. And the third person only knows because they happened to be in the room at the same time as he was telling the second person. So this is not something he shares, and he never tells Ruijerd. So I wonder what Ruijerd thinks about all this. Oh, does she? Okay, I didn't remember that, because I was only remembering Ruijerd, the spoiler character, and Eris. And I thought that was actually kind of neat. I really liked it. It was such a minor thing, but I think it actually did a lot for Eris's character, that scene where she finds out. Like, the fact that she has almost no reaction is kind of amazing. And this is another nice moment. Such a little subtle piece of character work here. You notice that Ruijerd smiles a lot more now. Like, I remember in one of the previous streams, I pointed out the first time he smiled. I'm like, we'd been with him for a while, and this is the first time he smiles. But now that's kind of his default. So he's he again, I think Ruijerd and Rudy have a lot more in common than you'd initially think. And he's kind of having a similar growth to Rudy, where he's starting to connect with the people around him, starting to appreciate what life has to offer. And it's little moments like this that kind of sell it for me.
そうだな。分かった。ゼニスは未だ行方不明。それどころかリーリアとアイシャ、それにシルフィーも情報がない。ギレーヌだって生きてるかわからない。いや、案外フィットワリオに帰ったらみんな元気に帰還しているかもしれない。楽観的すぎる考え。
Oh yeah, I remember that now. I completely forgot for now, because it's been a while since I've read that part of the series, and I really do need to get back to my full reread. Although it's one of those things. My book backlog is starting to get as bloated as my game backlog and my visual novel backlog. Like, I have there's a discount store nearby where they sell stuff that they get for cheap, so things that are like overstocked or slightly damaged, or things like that they buy from manufacturers, stores going bankrupt, all sorts of things like that, and that's what they sell. So they have a big book section, and whenever I am there and I see a book that it's interesting, I end up buying it, and I buy them a lot faster than I read them. So, and now of course a Mushoku Tensei reread is something I wanna do as well. Although that's probably going to coincide with the videos I make on it, which means it's going to go slow, but it is what it is. And yeah, and I mean, yeah, and I also am curious as to what Roxy's conclusion about all that is. Because, I mean, reincarnation, especially from another world, is not something I think most people would immediately suspect, even if they have all the pieces of the puzzle, just because even for this world, that's kind of a strange thing. Like, the fact that reincarnation is a thing that people know about, but it's like, it's only a thing that the really powerful magical people know about, like, because that's like a dragon thing. And even with those, even with the dragons, reincarnation doesn't happen between worlds. Heck, even regular travel between worlds isn't really a known thing, except at least travel outside of the six-faced world. Okay, that's an interesting thing, because yeah, I will say that that is one facet of Rudy's dynamic with the other characters that I do like, how he remains, again, and one of the things I've mentioned before, I like the fact that Rudy doesn't end up fixing all of his internal problems throughout the course of the series. That he still has lingering issues, and one of those issues is that he is so severely ashamed of how his previous life went that he tries to avoid letting anybody else know about it. And he just kind of rejects his old self entirely. And that also just leads to interesting things. Like, again, when with Nanahoshi, that's just kind of part of how they interact with each other, is from that place of knowing each other, and also Rudy kind of, again, getting a little bit of comfort from home by the fact that he has somebody he can speak Japanese to. Because, again, even though he has largely negative... Oh, you watch? Okay. I tend to not watch dubs just because, I don't know, I feel like dubbed voice acting is often not very good. Sometimes it is good, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times it kind of... It's a little bit lacking. It has there are certain stylistic tropes in dubbed voice acting that I don't particularly like. And also just... I kind of want as close to an original, and also just, this is a linguistic thing that nerdy people like me like, is that translation is a difficult thing, and some artistic license has to... Okay, I might end up checking out the dub at some point, but when it comes to translation, especially between languages that are so different, like Japanese and English, like you can't do a one-to-one translation. Transliteration does not work between these two languages. It's incomprehensible if you do. And so some adjustments need to be made. And that's just the nature of translating between any two languages, but between these two languages in particular. And the thing is, there are additional constraints when you have to translate to give to a voice actor to dub over, because then you have to match timing and lip flaps. So a lot of times the most accurate translation that gets the main idea across sometimes is not possible to do in a dub unless you're willing to sacrifice all that other stuff, like the timing, the ability to make it look like the characters are speaking those words, which in my opinion is the point of a dub, is because you want to have that immersion factor. So that is one of the reasons. So because they have to essentially localize even more for a dub in ways that don't make sense. Yeah, that's true. It's currently I am monolingual. I'm working on changing that. I am studying Japanese. I'm probably at about N5 level, although I've recently just started. I'm starting to take it a little more seriously now because I realized I have a huge block of time at work where I'm doing stuff. I have headphones in, and I can do whatever. So I decided, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna listen to native Japanese speakers talk all day, and supplement that with some vocabulary study to try to do a bit of immersion. But yeah, that's when I'm eventually at the point where I can understand Japanese. One of my plans is to go back and reread a bunch of the visual novels I like, reread Mushoku Tensei, rewatch a bunch of shows and movies that I like, just to kind of experience what the original intent of the author was. So, and again, the differences between Japanese and English, just the way Japanese works, is fascinating to me. So I'm kind of excited to explore all of that. But that's probably at least months into the future. Though we'll see how fast I end up picking stuff up.
ポジティブに考えよう。やっと中央大陸に帰れるんだ。放流王国を越えればロキシーのいるシーロン王国まですぐ。
Although actually, at one point I was probably pretty close to being conversational in Italian, because I took Italian throughout high school. For 3 of those years, I had a really good Italian teacher. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I have not seen or read Steins Gate yet, although I do own it. One of my friends gifted it to me a while back. I have been meaning to read it. I've heard good things, and I did notice the little bit I did read, there was a lot of interesting wording going on, which kind of had to be difficult in translation. And again, I haven't watched a whole lot of stuff with dubs in general. So, like, I will say that the stuff I've seen when dubs was like Pokemon, because, I'm a 90s kid. Everybody who watched Pokemon watched the dub because that's just what was available to us. And also the Ghost Stories dub, of course. If that one is one you have to watch the dub for. Yeah, that's true. Lilia and Aisha were transported together. And actually, in one of the openings, it does, that we're going to watch today, it does actually show the Grey Rat perspective when the teleportation incident happened. It shows, that how Paul was holding Norn, Lilia ends up holding Aisha, and how Zenith and Sylphie are on their own.
久しぶりに会えるんだ。
Again, that puking voice acting is one of the funniest I've ever heard.
ブレイズは死にましたか。
ああ、レッドフードコブラに丸飲みだそうだ。
口が悪く。
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about it as it happens, but I like this scene a lot for a couple of reasons. I mean, obviously the point of this scene is to kind of showcase where Roxy's come from in terms of her emotional growth, how she, was so upset by the idea of being looked at as a child, and that she kind of ironically acted childish in an attempt to not be childish. But also, I feel like this scene humanizes Nokopara quite a lot. Because if you remember from our first interaction with him, he was just 100% a dick. Like, he had seemingly no redeeming qualities at the time. And now they add a little bit more nuance to how he is, where, he's still kind of a dick. But you can see that he does have a heart beneath that. And, after his experience with Ruijerd, he kind of, straightened out a little bit.
私が何か失敗するたびに悪態をついていたブレイズ。いつも喧嘩をする私たちをやれやれと言いつつも諌めてくれたハーケンディール。いいパーティーでしたよね。
And I really love that. She talking about all the things that pissed her off about Blaze, but then remembering her fondly. And it's just stylistically, I really like that. I like the idea of, reminiscing about somebody you had a bit of a rivalry with, kind of verbally or actively mentioning that they were kind of a pain in the ass, but still missing them at the same time.
Yeah,
and that's funny also, because Roxy, even though she is in her 40s, for the Migard, again, I have to make sure I pronounce that word very carefully, Migard, because I don't want to get canceled. But, I mean, for her, that's not middle-aged. Middle-aged is like, 100.
そうでしょうか。自分ではわかりませんが。
Welcome in, Alan. You're a bit late, but I was also 5 minutes late, so you're not as late as you would think. And of course, I'm only 5 minutes into the episode. I've been yapping.
ですかそれは。バカにしているんですか。
バカにはしてねえよ。なんつうか雰囲気がな。昔のお前はもっと子供っぽかった。
Yeah, and that's how I mentioned is Roxy, kind of came off as very childlike early on, because again, that's her whole thing, was she resented looking like a child. So she kind of tried to puff herself up as an adult, which ironically is a very childish way to go about things. I feel like the anime didn't quite lean into her childish nature as much as the books. I mean, there were a few things that they did do, like when Roxy got scolded by Zenith and she just kind of sat down and started drawing circles on the ground. That was a very kid reaction. And it was, it was adorable. They had this whole thing. But then I remember from the books, there was a moment that I found really funny. It was in volume 1, where Roxy just happens to mention while they're going over to Rudy's Saint exam, she mentions that she doesn't like peppers. And I thought that was really funny, because I know, and this is one of the reasons I think that if you're going to be consuming a lot of media from another country, you should learn a bit about the language and the culture of that country, because it adds so much more context to the stuff you read, even in translations. Because I know that in Japan, bell peppers are the stereotypical vegetable that kids are supposed to not like, which I'm guessing, from what I've heard, I think they might be a little more bitter over there than they are over here, because, I mean, I've always liked bell peppers and I think they're good. I've never known them to be bitter. But yeah, so yeah, kids in Japan tend to not like bell peppers, kind of like how, like broccoli in the United States or Brussels sprouts. Although, I mean, Brussels sprouts is actually that's another interesting one, because Brussels sprouts were kind of the vegetable from decades ago that people hated. But that's actually kind of changed, because modern Brussels sprouts are actually a lot less bitter than old Brussels sprouts, because I guess they changed something in how they cultivate them. So they're actually a lot better now than they used to be. But yeah, so bell peppers are basically Japan's broccoli. So the fact that Roxy said she doesn't like them was another very kid-like reaction from her. And I thought that was, it was cute in the moment, and it, played into a lot of things, which the main thing was Rudy, because he still thought she was a child at that point. Like, because he's he can be a little dumb at times. But all of these things kind of played into his view of her. But it's also leading into deeper stuff like this, how she did act very childish, until she left from teaching Rudy and kind of went on her own journey and really took the effort to grow for growth's sake.
外見が変わらないだけでちゃんと生きてますからね。
そういうところだよ。昔はお前大人に見られようと必死で、今の俺の言葉聞いたら舞い上がってたぜ。
Yeah, and I will say, normally I'm not a huge fan of characters just kind of blurting out the core themes of a character's arc and things like that. However, I think having Nokopada do it is about the most natural way you can have this direct exposition, like in actual words. Because Nokopada does seem like the kind of guy who can't keep his mouth shut and just kind of lays all his observations out there. So, again, while it's normally a pet peeve of mine, and it's something that in my videos I harp on about whenever it comes up, and I have been doing that for years. But in this instance, I think it works. And just because it is a pet peeve of mine, it always is something that like kind of makes my brain start turning the gears whenever I see it happen, and it doesn't viscerally bother me. Because then I get really interested. I'm like, okay, why the fuck is that?
そうですか? そうですね。そういう時期もありました。昔は身の丈というものが分かっていなかったですからね。
And that's another thing is that Roxy, at this point, another aspect of her maturing, is that she doesn't get upset with people criticizing elements of her. Like, if old Roxy would have probably gotten offended by that notion of how she used to be childish, which is, again, a very childish way of being. And now she just kind of is able to look at herself accurately and say, you know what? Yeah, I did have these issues before, but I've grown since then. And, and she's not ashamed of having had those issues, essentially. It's just a part of who she is. And we'll actually see another example of this later on at the end of the episode, where they'll kind of call back to the scene from one of the previous episodes where, she walks in on Elise getting gangbanged and freaks out. And then we'll talk about it when we get there. It's funny.
舐められないようにとばかり考えていました。逆に今では水曜級魔術師になり、名前ばかりが一人歩きしていて、無影響で魔術が使えるだとか、できないことばかりを期待されています。
Yeah, and I do like that. It's something I remember one of the chatters mentioned in one of the streams from way back when. I can't remember which one it was. I can't remember which chatter it was or which stream it was. But I do remember that Rudy's probably actually kind of helping Roxy's reputation a little bit just because he consistently glazes her. And they see that he is one of the few mages in the world who can silent cast. So she's like, oh, they must assume that the great mage who taught him probably can also silent cast, even though, she actually leans in the direction where we are going to see her, I think later in the episode, we're going to see her do a shortened incantation, which it's really cool that they just kind of dropped that in there.
そういうノコパラは変わりませんね。見た目以外は。
なんだそりゃ、遠回しに老けたって言いてえのか？
そうとも言いますね。
言うようになったじゃねえか。
Yeah, and that's another thing. I mentioned it earlier, but I like this scene for how it humanizes Nokopada, where like you watch this scene, even though he was this like a total asshole in the last time he showed up, he's actually kind of likable here.
相変わらず金に意地汚く弱者を狙って稼いでいるんですか？
お前な、俺は冒険者の厳しさってやつを教えてやっているだけだ。
I also do get the idea that even though he did kind of shake people down, I feel like he's the kind of guy who wouldn't like actually hurt somebody if they didn't comply with him. I feel like he's just kind of bluffing, but that's just kind of a hunch. I don't know for sure. He might have been the guy who might have actually just kicked people's asses because he felt like it. Yeah, I mean, that's true as well, but let's not forget that Roxy knew him and developed a relationship with him, a platonic relationship, to be clear, back in the past before he kind of turned himself around. And clearly there were some qualities in him that she saw to the point where she's able to be friendly with him. She presumably partied up with him. So I imagine his qualities are just a little more pronounced now after he turned himself around.
でもまあ2年ほど前に痛い目に遭ってからは自重してんだ。
痛い目、ノコパラがですか？
ああ、デッドエンド。
And also, that's another interesting thing. We never really learn how tough Nokopada really is. I mean, or really what he can and can't do. I mean, he mentioned earlier in this conversation that he's a support. So he's probably not the best one-on-one combatant, although he could be perfectly proficient in that. We don't know. But I like how Roxy is kind of surprised that he got, as you put it, burned, which suggests that he's probably fairly tough. And also, he's like a horse. So that might also, he might have like a bit of natural resilience as a result of that. Because, horses can be absolute units.
とって3人組のパーティーにちょっとな。まあいいじゃねえか、その話は。そんなことよりせっかくこんなところまで戻ってきたんだ。実家には顔出したのかよ。
And I still like how Roxy is so fucking scared of the Supered. And part of her growth is going to be learning to overcome that. Yeah, that is the impression I got of Nokopada. He doesn't seem like the person to get involved in conflict directly if he can help it. And yeah, it might be that that might be something she is bringing up. I'm not 100% sure, but it's definitely a possibility. Because I will say Nokopada does seem to be very cunning in general. Where he's like when he was dealing with Rudy, a big part of how he went was not threats of violence, but using information against him. Because again, I mean, and again, we don't know how tough he is combat-wise, but he definitely is. He definitely seems to not want to get violent if he can help it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. He's an interesting character, but he's a minor character. They don't really explore him very much. Part of me wants to complain about that because I like characters getting explored and all that, but then I realize that Mushoku Tensei has a fucking massive cast as is, and they already don't explore everything that I would really like them to explore. So the conclusion to that thought is that if they tried to explore even more characters, it would just kind of have negative implications all around. Just because one of the things I think, Rifujin is a very, very talented writer. Like he is, like genuinely, I think he just has an understanding of stories that I think a lot of people don't. I mean, to the point where, Mushoku Tensei is, I think, exceptionally well written for the most part. And he wasn't even a professional writer when he started publishing Mushoku Tensei because, I mean, it was Mushoku Tensei that kickstarted his career. from what I know. I at least I haven't really looked into his history, but that's my understanding of things. But one of the issues I do have with his writing is I think he can sometimes be a bit too ambitious for his own good. Where I think I think a big thing is he added so many characters, so many plot threads, so many concepts, and he just ended up putting in too much for him to properly tie everything together, to properly explore everything he introduced. And especially like my biggest complaint about the series, which I'm told is addressed in redundancy, so I'm excited about that. But my biggest complaint about the series is that there's this whole big parenting theme going on, and how, parents will sacrifice for their children, and how so many of them want to take elements of their own parenting, of how they were parented, and either replicate that with their children if they were a good parent, or try to be different if they were a bad parent. So, a big thing was when Rudy was born, Paul said, "I never want to be a father like my father was." And that's a big element of his growth. They never really did that with Rudy and his kids in the main series. I think that idea needed to come full circle to really land. And it just doesn't, which I think is a massive shame, because, Rudy has this whole big thing with Paul that doesn't even end in the whole Hydra thing, where the anime only probably think it ends. There's more stuff where Rudy explores his relationship with Paul, but they don't really go into how he passes that on to his own parenting, and I think that's just such a massive shame. And Alan, to answer your question, I don't know if it's directly explained, but I believe it was a case where, Roxy was around 20 years old when she ran away, which is still very, very young for her people. So, she was very childish at the time. She had, been told stories as a kid of the Supered, how, you misbehave, the Supered are going to get you because, they're basically the demon's boogeyman. And, well, not just the demon's boogeyman, but the boogeyman for everyone in Mushoku Tensei. So she probably still held on to that childish fear of the Supered. And, that's just one of the elements of her being childish. And if we also remember that the Supered, the tribe does meet, which is Ruijerd, he ends up, not long after Roxy leaves is when he gets acquainted with them, and they kind of lose their fear of the Supered because, they met one and he was nice, and he saved one of their kids. And I mean, I haven't read Lord of the Rings in a long time, but I will say that Lord of the Rings' biggest strength is not necessarily the actual plot. I think I mean, the whole thing is Lord of the Rings was not Tolkien's primary intent with his writing. Lord of the Rings kind of was birthed from he created Middle-earth and just kind of developed an entire world and history, and just the world came first, and that was his passion project. And then he eventually wrote a story that takes place in this fictional world that he had dedicated so much time to. And I believe it was also inspired by his time as a World War I soldier, was how he was kind of what pushed him to write the actual plot of Lord of the Rings. So, I mean, my respect for Tolkien is less about the actual story of Lord of the Rings and more about the world he created and how he kind of set the tone for what modern high fantasy is. Because so much fantasy comes from Tolkien that it's kind of ridiculous. Anything that's identifiable as high fantasy nowadays has so much of Tolkien's DNA in it, and it's inseparable at this point. And I respect the hell out of that.
おいおい、マジかよ。もしかしてあの頃以来ずっと帰ってねえのか？
どうせ私が帰ったとしても誰も喜ばないでしょうし。
お前な。 全言撤回。やっぱ全然変わってねえわ、あの頃から。そうやってずっと逃げてばっかりで。
なんであなたにそんなこと言われないといけないんですか。
俺にもな、お前たちと別れてしばらくしてから嫁ができてガキが生まれたんだ。3人だ。これがもう可愛いんだ。
なんで
Yeah, and that's just another example of humanizing Nokopada a bit. The fact that he's a father himself leans into the whole parenting theme of Mushoku Tensei. And also, you know, we see that Nokopada would, you know, he'd do anything for his kids, like most people are. Yeah. Okay, that's okay. I see where you're coming from. That is true. I mean, I am very mixed about my thoughts on the whole Shire section of Lord of the Rings. I do agree that it can come across as pretty slow, like, and that there's just like a lot of stuff that's not strictly necessary for the plot. But I do think it serves an interesting stylistic purpose where it, you know, just really hammering home just how, you know, humble Frodo and Bilbo's beginnings really were. How they're kind of like the quintessential homebodies where they just have this whole, like, I mean, it was based on the, I think it was the Welsh countryside, like, is what the Shire was based on. If I'm remembering correctly, I may not be. But, you know, they're kind of, you know, like rural, you know, country folk who, you know, very stuck in their traditions, not really concerned with the world around them, but also just, you know, very kind and very happy. That's kind of how that whole thing it was meant to be. Yeah, and you know, that's showing where these people started out. And, you know, I know, and then there was, you know, throwing things in the mix like the fact that Bilbo had gone on his adventure in The Hobbit, and, you know, that made him kind of an eccentric person where he was, you know, a little more lively and mischievous than he used to be, and how he would kind of fuck with people using the One Ring, which, you know, you'd later learn was probably not the best idea, and how Frodo was kind of thrust into this whole situation. You know, there's a lot going on. At some point, I need to reread Lord of the Rings. It's just another thing that's on my backlog. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not sure I've seen the movies. I'm not sure I ever actually finished the books. I definitely read The Hobbit, and I got probably about 80% of the way through the books, and then I think something distracted me from it. This was when I was in high school, so it might have been just... And I did a lot of stuff in high school. Like, I did, like, all the extracurriculars, because, you know, I enjoyed them, so... I might have just had something busy happening at the time, and it just kind of distracted me from the books, and I never finished them. But that's neither here nor
で
there.
すか。のろけですか。
たまにはまあ叱ったり喧嘩することもあるが、あいつらのためなら俺は何にでもなるし何だってする。親ってのはそういうもんなんだ。へへ。電話が使えない。そんなことぐらいな。
Yeah, and that is another... I mean, I will say this just casual drop of the whole telepathy thing mildly annoys me. But again, it's kind of the same thing as before, where Nokopada is probably the right person to deliver this kind of exposition. It's kind of like how in one of the previous episodes where Geese just kind of lore dumps about the seven great powers and the road they were on being cleaved by Millis and all that stuff, because, you know, Geese is just the kind of person who would enjoy telling a history story. So I think if they're going to do this exposition like this, Nokopada is probably the right vector for that, but I don't know. It does feel like it was kind of just dropped in there for the sake of explaining it for the audience.
なんだってんだ。それよりもっと大切なことがあんだろう。
あなたのようなガサツでお金のことしか頭にない人に言われたくありません。
まあお前のことだから言っても聞かねえんだろうが、後悔する前に仲直りしておくことを勧めるね。たった一つの家族だぜ。
I mean, I will say that's an interesting line right there. You only got one family, where, part of it is, again, leaning on that whole parent and child theme that Mushoku Tensei has going on. But also, it's interesting because Nokopada is kind of wrong about that, even in the context of Mushoku Tensei, because, eventually, Roxy will essentially become part of a new family with Rudy and his other wives and their kids. And also just the extended group that comes along with them, like Lilia and uh, the one beast girl. I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Lilina or Persena at the moment, but her and the sacred beast eventually joins them. And then, there's just a whole group there. And another part of Roxy's story and her arc is when she finally feels accepted into the family. That's like a big deal for her. So it's like, she gets a new family. Even though she mends her bridges with her old family, she gets a new one as well. And I will say, I like how this scene starts out with no music, and it stays that way for a while. It really just enhances the uncanniness of it, where Roxy is just uncomfortable being here. And that's I think it's pretty impressive that they're able to convey that. Because if we remember, Rudy's been here, and he had a largely positive experience here, where he felt welcomed by the villagers. He was excited to meet Roxy's parents, and everybody loved Ruijerd already. So it has a lot of positive connotations in the audience's mind. But to Roxy, it's a place that a lot of pain came from. So it's just uncomfortable for her to be there. And then, of course, again, the fact that it's very quiet, because people here generally speak with telepathy rather than words, which of course she can't understand because of her disability. And I think also it makes sense because when Rudy was first in the village, they were noticeably pretty quiet unless speaking to him directly as well, because for the same reasons. But I think it came off as more of a, oh, they're just kind of looking at this outsider and not sure what to make of him. So it kind of had a different flavor to it.
少し変わりましたね。人が少し増えたでしょうか。緑も少し増えた気がします。でも不気味なほど静かなのは昔のままですね。
And I will say, I like that this way they're handling the telepathy for her. Because in the books, I've always kind of viewed it as her just kind of being deaf to it. Kind of like how, Rudy, Eris, and Ruijerd are, where, any telepathy, it just passes them by completely. But the idea is that there's this almost like this tinnitus hum alongside the clicking. It really just amplifies what Roxy's experience is with these people, where it's, it's not just that she can't understand anyone and she feels like an outsider for it, but that the telepathy itself is very distressing for her. I really like that. I think it just amplifies this entire sequence so much.
やめてください。私にはあなたたちの言葉はわからない。
And I also think it's very telling that, Roxy feels very uncomfortable. She feels excluded. But a part of it is that she is excluding herself. Because, yeah, she can't understand what anybody is saying to her. But she's also not speaking back to them. Where I think, if my impressions are correct of the people here, people would probably be willing to engage with her in a normal way if she would just open her mouth and explain that, she can't hear the telepathy, and that, if she actually made an effort to talk with people, I believe that most of them would be willing to talk back. It's like if you've ever spoken with somebody who's deaf, where, I mean, like, I can't do sign language, but I've spoken with deaf people in the past. Most of them are very good at reading lips. It's just you have to kind of make an effort to speak in a way that's, pretty direct, that's not mumbly, that you enunciate properly, and you actually, face them when you're speaking so they can see what you're trying to say. It's the same kind of thing where, people are willing to do things like that. But if I was trying to talk to somebody and they just weren't engaging at all, I might think they're just not interested in communication. Was it? Okay. I want to say no, but I don't know. Because they do. Writing does exist with the Migard. So they wrote in Demon Tongue. Oh, really? Okay, is that the case? Okay, I didn't remember that. Okay, thanks for correcting me. That does change my entire perspective on things. And welcome, Kazu. Glad you can bake it. Yeah, I can definitely believe that. I would also say again, because it does seem like the written language does also a thing. It does seem like they do have writing here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they learn writing, they just don't learn speech. So that's, again, speech is probably a similar level of difficulty that learning sign language would be, or learning ASL would be from English. Because from what I understand, from ASL is pretty easy to learn, all things considered, just because you don't really have to do any interpretation. It's pretty much all just a transliteration. Yeah. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Although, I also wonder if any of the villagers would have started to learn Demon Tongue just because they were interacting with Ruijerd. Because, they don't generally engage with outsiders, but Ruijerd was was like an exception because he saved one of their kids, so he developed a relationship with the tribe. So I'm wondering if some of them ended up picking up a bit of the spoken language from him. Well, okay, so you're making an isekai novel. You don't necessarily need any hard rules to follow. I think a big thing that is important to watch out for when writing something, and and let's be real, we're talking about Mushoku Tensei, where it does incorporate the isekai tropes. Like, he does get a harem, he is kind of overpowered, but it does them in an interesting way that's not just the trope expressing itself. They form interesting parts of the overall plot and themes and everything. I think the big thing to remember is don't neglect your characters, I would say. Most isekai do have some sort of exciting, engaging plot where, if you're going the stereotypical route, they get transported to the new world where they then have to go on a journey to fight the big bad. And I think that's definitely a good starting point. But one thing is, a lot of isekai characters tend to be they tend to end up getting kind of one note, where they have their personality type, and that is kind of the flavoring for every scene. And I don't know, I just feel like it's important to remember that every character you introduce should be their own person engaging with the world in their own way. They should have their own things they need to work through. They should have their own relationship with everybody else, including the main character, but not exclusively the main character. I don't know. it's just try to make sure that, and this is just something that I like personally as a reader and as or a viewer, a player, an audience member, is I like when it feels like the world does not revolve around the main character, but that the main character is doing things within the world that already exists, and that things happen regardless of his involvement with them. And yes, that's true. One thing this is going to depend on how you personally write. Everybody kind of has their own way of processing things. But one thing I think can help a lot of writers is make sure to have your characters, who they are, really locked down before you go too far into the actual plot writing. Like, you have your character. Okay, you got their name, general appearance, their basic personality type. Figure out what else you want to be part of their core character. Make like an entire character profile. Really dig deep into stuff. Even if it's stuff that's never going to be mentioned in the story itself. These are all things that are going to impact that character's emotions and how they react to things in the story. So, maybe they have had a traumatic event in their childhood that it's never going to be revealed to the audience. But that traumatic event is still going to, affect them. How does that affect them? Things like that. If you do that with all your characters, it's a lot of work, but it will make them feel very real. And again, of course, this is also something that requires practice. Nobody is going to really nail things on their first writing attempt. I mean, personally, I do more on the reading and analysis side of things. I haven't really actually written any kind of fiction since I was in school and was doing it for assignments, where I think I was okay, but I wasn't particularly good. And yeah, that's another thing, is that, yeah, like Alan said, the character changing as a result of their new scenario is important. So that's why a lot of isekai characters are hikikomori, is that, they have this fatal flaw that they can overcome. And that's a big thing. Also, I will say isekai is kind of uniquely positioned to be very useful for world building. Because one of the things is isekai is almost like the extreme form of a fish out of water story, where because they're thrust into this unknown world and they're learning about it as they experience it. So you can use the fact that they're learning as a way of expressing things to the audience. And that's actually a reason why a lot of classic fantasy stories start in a rural village, not just to show, this person coming from humble beginnings to rise up to be this great hero, but also because they have no world experience, so they can learn it and in turn teach it to the audience. So don't be afraid to use that to get the world across to your audience. And the other thing I will mention is, if you're going to have something kind of big that's going to affect the plot, some type of magic or a certain artifact or an item, make sure to reference it a good bit before it becomes relevant. Because if you just kind of drop it in when it becomes relevant, it will feel very contrived. Usually, it depends. The tough thing about helping people with writing is that there are no hard and fast rules. Every rule can be broken in the right context. Even stuff like start at the beginning and end at the end is not necessarily 100%. Like if you've ever watched Memento, it doesn't do either of those things, and it's a fantastic movie. But yeah, try to introduce key elements of your world before they become actually relevant. So let's say you have a type of magic that can, I'm trying to come up with a good example. Let's say you have a type of magic that can kind of refract light to make something appear to be a different size than it is. Have that show up as a parlor trick or something like that, and then and then later on have them kind of bring that back up to whatever you're actually going to use it for. Oh yeah. Oh, and I will say Eminence in Shadow isn't necessarily the best example to use, because that show is basically a parody of isekai, a loving parody of isekai, where it kind of leans into the tropes for comedy reasons. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, Eminence in Shadow is great. Don't get me wrong. I watched it. I really enjoyed it. But it's kind of poking fun at all the tropes of the isekai genre. Like, again, like he kind of wants to be this boring background character until he moonlights as his superhero personality. And but then, of course, you know, he ends up kind of building up this little pseudo harem, even though he's actively trying to avoid that. And, you know, he's kind of LARPing as fighting this this evil organization, and it turns out to actually be real. Like, again, Eminence in Shadow, great show, very funny. It's not necessarily a good idea to point at in terms of actually like teaching the tools of writing a story. Excuse me. 1 second. Let me just real quickly see if I can figure something out. Sorry, I mean, you see that issue. Sorry. So you see the little ad that showed up in the chat. I'm just trying to see if I can kind of fix that, because I actually did add some filters to the Kick chat, and that actually seems to have fixed the bot issue for the most part. Yeah, here we go. Let me just Okay, so I just added some filters to the Twitch chat, so hopefully you will not see bots like that anymore. So I do apologize for not doing that preemptively, but it is what it is. Oops. Yeah, there's truth to that, where again, he just kind of memes things into existence, basically. Yeah, I mean, I will take your word for it with Madoka Magica, because I'm not very knowledgeable on magical girls, and I have not seen Madoka Magica at all. Pretty much my entire experience with magical girls so far has been the show gushing over magical girls, which that itself pokes fun at the genre. So it's also not a great resource for learning about anything. But I mean, even not knowing the genre particularly well, I could definitely appreciate the parody and loving homage that it clearly was. Okay, so let's get back to Mushoku Tensei. Sorry, you made me talk about writing stuff. That kind of gets me going. Not your fault. That's on me, but it's funny.
生まれてから大人になるまでずっと疎外感を感じながら生きてきた排他的で閉じられた世界
Yeah, and yeah, I'll also mention that I mentioned that my gaming backlog, my visual novel backlog, my book backlog are all extremely bloated. The same is true of my anime backlog. Like, in fact, one of the motivations for starting these streams is to give me a reason to force myself to watch more things. Because I just, there's stuff I want to see, and I just never seem to be able to make the time to actually watch it. And I think part of it is that, yeah, it's true. The backlog is a universal problem. But yeah, and I think one of the things that keeps me from watching anime as much as I would like to is that I have to, what's the word? I'm losing my ability to speak today. Is that I do have to pay full attention to it, because I'm not a dub watcher, and my Japanese is nowhere near good enough to be able to watch it without subtitles. So, or to watch it without completely focusing on it, because I have to read the subtitles. I can pick up individual words and phrases in Japanese, but I can't understand what's being said. So a lot of times I'll watch TV shows because I have two monitors. I'll have the TV show up on one monitor and I'll have something else going on the other monitor, and that is very easy for me with my ADHD brain. With anime, I got to commit to it. Yeah, exactly. Which, again, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I do enjoy the stuff I watch. Like not that long ago, I ended up watching Ya Boy Kong Ming. I really liked that. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of there's the Zoomer thing. I actually really hate that trend of having Subway Surfers or Minecraft footage in the background, like overlaid or underlaid the actual content. It pisses me off. I like have a visceral reaction to it. I hate it. But yeah, it's one of those things where, again, I have really bad ADHD. So even medicated, it can be hard to focus on just one thing without keeping my brain occupied. And the music is starting to come in now for this scene, which, it started out with the eerie silence amplified by no music, and now she's starting to kind of stew in her bad memories, and the sad music is going to start to play. I really like how this show utilizes things like color and music. It really adds a lot to the overall experience. And again, when it comes to adaptations, I like seeing mediums utilize their strengths, especially when the stuff they're adapting doesn't have access to those particular strengths. So, like, while I do feel like the anime misses out in some ways just because they don't really have Rudy's extensive narration, the amount we really see how his head works, and I think that does kind of have negative impacts on how we view him. Things like the lighting, color, music, animation, they're utilizing that extremely well, and I can really appreciate that. Like even though, again, I'm more of a person who's knowledgeable about storytelling and text-based stuff, so even though I'm not an expert on any of the stuff I'm talking about in regards to anime itself, I'm noticing a lot of stuff about it, and that just speaks to the talents of the creatives who worked on this. I think they did an excellent job. And I also think I really like how the first voices Roxy hears is the laughter of children, and that kind of makes her temporarily forget her unease. I really like that, because that's another thing about Roxy. Even though she's not childlike anymore, or at least not as childlike, she still has some of those qualities, but she's kind of developed an appreciation for, she's developed a passion for teaching. Even though she kind of wasn't the teacher Pax needed, she really resonated with Rudy and really grew to enjoy imparting knowledge onto people. And I think that also kind of comes with, a general like of children now. She seems to, like, immediately kind of have happy thoughts when she hears the children. I also gotta say, I really like Roxy's staff. Yeah, that's true. They haven't gotten into the full story of Pax yet, but I'm actually he's probably the closest parallel to Rudy in the story, because he starts out as a total degenerate, probably worse than not probably worse, definitely worse than Rudy was. And then, it shows him, again, this is well past where the anime is at this point, but, it shows him, kind of building himself up past that, finding someone who cares about him, and he uses that to kind of turn his life around. But it just isn't enough in the end, and he loses all hope. It is tragic. But man, it was such a great moment in the story. And especially, we're going to meet Pax in these episodes that we're watching today. He's so detestable early on that, I think he was one of the best kind of background characters. He basically has like a cameo in the story. He was one of the best characters in that regard, I think, in Mushoku Tensei. And yeah, I will agree, Amir. In my opinion, this scene, the anime handles it pretty perfectly. And it's one of those ones where I think I prefer how the anime does it than the book, which again is not a particularly common thing. I by and large prefer the books. And again, while I appreciate a lot of the things the anime does, I usually prefer the books. This scene is definitely, well, not this scene, this sequence is an exception to that. Especially with the how the telepathy is done with the clicking. I think that adds so much. Yeah, I mean that's true. I think Pax was another character who was largely a product of his environment, where he was essentially the spoiled prince who was, for the most part, allowed to say and do whatever the fuck he wanted. And with nobody to keep him in check, he just kind of ran wild. And with someone like Roxy, he didn't like that he couldn't have something, and it kind of made him angry and upset, and he just didn't have the guidance that he really needed. And could Roxy have fixed that? Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't really matter. But I do think a lot of what Pax was at the start was he was just failed by the people who should have been looking out for him. In a similar way to how Rudy was, where it was definitely not as intense with Rudy, but I feel like Rudy in his past life was also failed by a lot of the people around him, where he needed somebody to kind of lift him up and push him to overcome his issues. And his family, while they cared, they just weren't what he needed at that point. Because his father and brothers tried to kind of just say, hey, just, chin up. You can get through this. Toughen up. And his mother just enabled him, which, yeah, he didn't really need that. He needed someone supportive who could give him a little bit of a push at the same time, which is exactly what Roxy was to him early on. Yeah. And that's true. The fact that he was a prince who was exceptionally spoiled, but also had no realistic path to real power, to political power, I should say. He, of course, has power. He can order his subordinates, and the general populace, you kind of have to listen to the prince if he tells you to do something. But yeah, aside from that, yeah. And I mean, it's even at the point where he was kind of pushing it as is, because despite his authority as the prince, he still had to threaten his subordinates with their families' lives. Because even though, most things they would probably just still do regardless, because, their prince ordered it. But he was, even he was starting to push to the point where, they might start disobeying orders if he didn't have leverage over them. And again, oh yeah, and this right here, again, I absolutely love how they show that Roxy is doing her healing magic and is able to shorten the incantations. That's something that, they haven't really mentioned it yet, but Roxy, as part of her journey, has not only, grown in her power and been able to cast king tier magic, but she's also able to shorten a lot of her incantations, likely inspired by Rudy's silent casting. And that just demonstrates not just that she's becoming a better mage, but that she's actually learning more about the fundamentals of how magic works, which for somebody who spent 40 years not doing that, from what I understand, it's impressive to go from incantations to closer to silent casting than it is for someone like Rudy who started out essentially silent casting.
再び立ち上がる力を与え、ヒーリング。
And this is right there where like, these smiling children are just adorable. They're happy. They're, they have good feelings for Roxy because she just healed the kid. And so they like her. Then that's with the uncomfortable clicking of the telepathy. And that's one of the things. So like, what you guys have reminded me of already of the fact that, most of the tribes people don't actually know how to speak. And probably don't really comprehend much spoken language either. So that completely changes the kind of way I view this whole interaction. So that does kind of, I'm kind of having to rethink all my ideas on the fly, but part of me wants to think that, Roxy gets very uncomfortable with this. And again, I think part of her issue is that she, is just completely silent and not trying to communicate, and that's pushing her farther away. I feel like if these kids are trying to talk to you, there's still a way to kind of kindly just express that you can't understand them. Even if they don't know what you're saying, they can kind of get the idea. They know you're not ignoring them. Like if a kid starts to talk to you and you just kind of, get down on their level and just calmly and nicely say, I'm sorry, I can't understand you. I don't speak whatever language they're speaking. It's a way of still kind of having a bit of a connection there, even if you can't actually directly communicate. And actually also with children specifically, I think kids tend to be extra primed to be able to work around language barriers. So I grew up with my neighbors just down the street from me growing up it was a Polish guy who had married an American woman. And so the Polish guy, he was fluent in English, but he had a lot of Polish relatives who, only spoke Polish because they lived in Poland. And I remember one time his great nephew or something like that ended up coming to visit, and I was still a kid at the time. And I hung out with this kid for, the couple of days he was here in America. He spoke like 3 words of English. I spoke 0 words of Polish. Somehow we still managed to make it work. And I think that's just a thing that comes with a child's brain. So, again, even the fact that she can't speak with them, I do feel like, she could have built a connection here if she actually tried. And I'm also not quite remembering with the entire details of the Pax story. But if we remember, there's a lot of things going on, like a lot of upheaval with Sharon in general. So it's possible that the elder brothers were all kind of actively involved in the conflicts going on, and they might have actually been all either killed or displaced, and he could have taken power there. Also, let's not forget that there is somebody who was continually fucking with things, the major spoilery character that I don't want to reveal to the anime onlys at this point, who he had a lot of chances to kind of play around with things, and he probably found a pretty easy way to push Pax into power. So, I don't know. Again, let's not forget that when it comes to the loops, there were, I think it was said that there were about 200 loops before Rudy arrived. So that's a lot of opportunities to see how different things interplay, especially with someone who is as powerful as the spoiler character, who can kind of do whatever. Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised when it mentioned that it was 200. Well, 200 loops of 200 years each is that well, it is like a lot of fucking years. I always kind of imagined it just viscerally being more. I think a big reason for that is I'm still, when it comes to time loops, my brain still kind of fixates on Groundhog Day, because that is like the quintessential time loop story. And I remember the original plan for Groundhog Day, the original idea the writer had, was that Bill Murray was stuck in that loop for the equivalent of thousands of years. And that's how, you get to the point where he's sitting on that bench and he's just narrating the various events that happen a second before they actually happen, because he's just been sitting at that bench so many times that he's memorized everything that possibly happens. And I feel like 200 loops doesn't feel right for how deeply the spoiler character understands the workings of the world. Like, he understands what impacts what, how things connect together, and how doing this little thing here will affect this thing down here. But granted, this person's also very smart. His heritage might lead him to improved memory. That's possible. I don't know. But it's not a major issue. The fact that, I would have added another 0 to the loop count doesn't really affect anything long term. And I also like how the how the screen darkens a little bit when they start trying to click at her. And I also do like how, if you look at these people's faces, like, you can see they're trying to be kind. Like, the mother, she looked, not upset or anything. So, she was trying to just kind of reach out, and, that upsets Roxy because she just can't understand. The way I kind of viewed things is that, Sharon had that interesting political structure where, while it does kind of have a loose hierarchy based on birth, it's also, again, they're all playing the game against each other, and they're trying to kind of curry favor. And even in real history, for medieval political struggles, most of the time it was a case of might makes right, where the reason heirs and lines of succession mattered is because that was kind of the default. The true heir was kind of the default person people would back. And so they had the biggest army. They were the ones in control. I have a feeling that Sharon, if I'm remembering correctly, Sharon functioned kind of like that, although it was almost like the whole subordinates thing was a little bit more formalized, where it was actually a deliberate thing for them to try to acquire direct subordinates. And that's kind of how where, one prince's subordinates answer only to them, or primarily to them. Even though they probably have to follow orders from other princes, they have like one boss. And the princes always kind of struggle to get more and more. And so it feels like it's actually, and the age hierarchy comes from the fact that the older brothers obviously are going to have the first crack at building their own base of power, while the others are still either not born or too young to actually be doing anything at that point. And yeah, in Asura, it's like they do have a pretty typical medieval political structure, but also it's shady. People are constantly vying for power, and it doesn't matter what rules are in place. If you have enough people with pointy things that can poke everyone else, people are going to start doing what you say, no matter what the rule books say. Yeah, and also in this scene, I like how that music goes from kind of calming when she's being, friendly with the kids to sad when she's running away like this. Yeah, there's truth to that. The James and Philip struggle is, it's just showing a different way the political machinations kind of go. And presumably the reason the Grey Rats have set things up that way is so that they kind of get all their struggles out. All their struggling and fighting out of the way ahead of time. So that the whoever wins can kind of consolidate their power to avoid to essentially avoid a war that could destroy the entire family. And that's and while the lesser brothers will still be able to head their own branch of the family, it's the winning brother that has the manpower of that generation behind them. And yeah, and it's the same issue where the older brothers have essentially a head start that, unless there's a significant competency gap, the older brothers are going to kind of win most of the time. And, another thing I'm really liking about this scene is just how slow-paced it is. Like, they're lingering on each individual step, and even in the flashback, they're not going to go at too fast of a pace. They're letting everything sink in. They're not pushing through it too much, which is actually, that's an issue that a lot of anime and just generally TV adaptations have. And even Mushoku Tensei has it to a degree, where they will end up having a much faster pace than the source material. Like, if you think about it, the first volume of Mushoku Tensei, the book in the books, is about 45,000 words, and it's 4 episodes of TV, an hour and 20 minutes. That's not a whole lot of time. So this Mushoku Tensei does move the anime at a pretty fast pace. But I really like how they're taking this bit slow and really letting everything brew and hit the audience to really sell Roxy's emotional moment here.
Roxy!
Yeah, and that right there is another. It's almost kind of tragic to see, because you can see the father really wanted to just run up and hug Roxy, like, because she'd been gone for 20 years. He misses her, and she's still kind of pulling herself away, and he stops himself because he's like, okay, she doesn't want this physical affection. I'm going to try to respect her boundaries, but at the same time, that kind of makes Roxy still feel like an outsider, because she's not being embraced, essentially, both physically and metaphorically.
お久しぶりです。
おかえりなさい、ロキシー。元気だった？今までどうしてた？一人で来たのか？
Yeah, that's what I've been noticing so far, especially since Volume 1 was the first 4 books, I mean, the first 4 episodes. Volume 2 is the next 4. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, again, it's a pretty fast pace, but I mean, it's working out. I probably would have taken it a little slower if I was the director, but I get that costs money, and not everybody kind of appreciates a methodical pace like I do.
いえ、その
お前の噂は旅人から耳にしていたんだ。話を聞かせてくれないか？
まあいろいろと。
さあ、でも本当に無事でよかった。しばらくここにいられるのよね。
好きなだけここにいなさい。
Yeah, 6 probably would have been a good balance. Although I think especially the first volume probably should have had a bit more time than it got, just because I don't know, I feel like the moments with, Rudy has kind of 2 mini arcs with Roxy and Sylphie during that point to kind of, set things off. And again, each one was about half of the book, and they kind of have that way of they set the stage for everything that's to come. Rudy learned something really important in both of those mini arcs. I feel like just having 2 episodes for each, and realistically, the first episode was a lot of just kind of exposition and setup. So, his entire arc with Roxy happened in like 1 episode. It just needed a little more time than that, because these are such important moments for Rudy's early growth. Ugh. Yeah, and that right there, it's like they're still talking in telepathy, and she again feels excluded, even though they're probably talking about how happy they are to have Roxy back.
もう立つことにします。
もう行ってしまうのか？
はい。
せめて一晩くらい。
いえ、急ぐ旅の中、少し寄っただけなので。
次はいつ帰ってくる？
さあ、わかりません。もう帰ってこないかもしれません。
That line right there. Again, I know Roxy's still kind of harboring her. I mean, they are insensitive to an extent. I mean, I think it's a case of they just have no idea what Roxy really needs. Yeah, they're excluding her, but they're not trying to exclude her. And part of it is also that Roxy, due to her traumatic experience as a child, she does also kind of pull herself away. And that's one of the things that makes it more difficult for people to engage with her in the way she needs. And, it's the same kind of thing with Rudy to an extent, where, again, he did not get what he needed from the people around him, but it was made more difficult by the fact that he would actively push people away. And Roxy's kind of doing the same thing here. So, but, and especially since she's got it in her head that her exclusion is not just a communication issue, it's that they actually don't like her, they don't care for her, they don't want her around. So she's kind of internalized that, and when she says something like, I may never return, she thinks she's almost doing them a favor, even though that probably is like the most painful thing she's ever said to them. And again, that, and it really, and her mother is at this point hurting in multiple ways. Like, she's hurt by what Roxy said, but she's also really sad for her.
ロキシー、20年に一度くらいは帰ってきて。
そうですね。50年以内には戻ってくるかもしれません。
本当？約束よ。
はい。
it, it's also, even if you like think of this interaction, obviously the fact that they're talking about 20 years and 50 years is a lot, but you got to think that the tribespeople here live to around 200. So time doesn't quite mean the same thing to them, but even then it's a lot more even then it's still a long time for them. So, if you think of the average human lives to, around 70, the average Migard lives to around 200. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. She's not looking at them. That's a good point. But yeah, so, if you think that the real time of their experience, you think of it as, a little less than half, since they live a little longer than twice. Well, not more than a little longer than twice, but you think, 20 years, visit every 20 years. They're probably still saying, visit every like 7 or 8 years. That's still a long time. Like, even when you account for the age. And she's saying, every 50 years. So maybe every 15 or 20 years she'll come back and visit. And that's just like it's a crazy concept to me. And yeah, and I will agree that the way they handled the telepathy in the anime, I think really does a lot to sell this entire idea of how she feels excluded, because I may just be misremembering, but in the books I always kind of interpreted it as her just kind of being deaf to the telepathy, that she doesn't, it's not that she can hear it but can't understand it, it's just that, it just is completely, it's like, it's the same way that like Rudy experiences the telepathy, which is he doesn't. I could be just misremembering, but I feel like the clicking really amplifies and, yeah, as you said, elevates the exclusion factor of everything, where the experience of having somebody attempt to telepathically communicate with her itself is kind of traumatic. And that right there is another thing that just shows the miscommunication that's been going on between these two, where, she was trying to be strong because I think she felt like that's what would be best for Roxy, where, she doesn't want to, she wants to have her daughter in her life. She cares about her daughter, but she also wants to kind of engage with her in a way that she thinks Roxy would be more comfortable with. And I think she probably feels like Roxy would not respond well to this kind of emotion, just because, again, Roxy's been pulling away. So she had the incorrect assumption that dumping her feelings on her would kind of be a burden, even though what she's actually doing is when she actually just couldn't contain herself anymore. She, that was her opening herself up to Roxy, and as we will see, Roxy just kind of dives into it head first, because that's exactly what she needed and what she didn't know that she wanted. And this transition here is so great. The fact that they're, she's having the realization that, they kept her childhood doll, which, was 20 years prior, and how that is used to kind of transition into the flashbacks is great. And of course, baby Roxy is adorable.
これはお馬さん。
お馬さん。
これは毛皮。
毛皮。
よくできたわね、ロキシー。えらいえらい。
And also, it's also nice to show that even as a little kid, she liked learning. That's like a nice little touch.
何してるの？
And the little flashes of light also make it.
ロキシー。
Yeah. Let's see. There's Uma, not Oma. I'm not 100% sure. That would make sense. I mean, oh yeah, actually, yeah, I do know that. Yeah, horse is Uma. So, yeah, I'm wondering if it's a case of the mother isn't quite good with the words yet, or is it a case of does she basically have an accent? I don't know. I mean, that was another thing that, you know, kind of made me... Actually, bringing that up now makes me wonder things even more, because one of the things I was thinking about when I was working on my Volume 1 video is that, you know, Rudy noticed a lot of Roxy's superficial traits, found a lot of them very cute, very endearing, like her, you know, things about her appearance and her personality type. Since human tongue is Roxy's second language, I always kind of wondered why it was never mentioned as her having an accent. Because I feel like that is something Rudy would have picked up on early on, would have noticed, would have found endearing. And especially thinking about how, you know, she kind of had an imperfect education on demon tongue just because of the fact that she was essentially learning from a non-native speaker. Even though I imagine the telepathic communication is probably similar enough. Yeah, they learned demon tongue so that they could teach her demon tongue. So she had kind of an imperfect experience with demon tongue. So she probably developed an interesting way of speaking from that. Although, granted, she may have... I can imagine her journeying, she may have really just tightened up her language skills from just interacting with people for 20 years. And then she eventually learns human tongue and goes over to the thing. But for adults who learn a new language, it is very, very hard to not have an accent. Like, even if, like it's at the point where, generally speaking, you have to go through specific exercises and essentially train yourself to not have an accent, which is different from learning the language itself. Although, granted, when you're learning if you learn through immersion, which she might have learned human tongue through immersion, that does help to reduce accents by a lot, because you hear native speech a lot, and that's kind of the way you learn to emulate it from what you hear, as opposed to when you're learning something from a textbook, you essentially learn the closest approximation of pronunciation. So, but still, it would be unlikely for her to have zero accent. So I'm wondering if that just might be a minor oversight from Rifujin, because I feel like she should have an accent. At least when she's speaking human tongue.
私の知る両親はいつも辛そうだった。
Yeah, that's also true. They really should have. I mean, I chalk up a lot of the issues that parents tend to have in this series. The mistakes they make tend to not be malicious. They tend to just be, especially in cases like this where it's oftentimes young parents who have not had a kid before, who don't really know what they're doing. So, like, I think this is a case where Roxy's parents, they definitely should have prepped her for the difficulty she was going to face. They should have explained to her that, you know, other people communicate in a way she won't be able to understand. But again, I think the fact that they didn't do that is more just indicative of they don't really have any experience of how to raise any kid, much less what's essentially a disabled kid. Yeah. Yeah, true. It is possible that she also might have actually tried to eliminate her accent, but it's hard to say because I'm not exactly sure exactly how much time she spent in the Demon Continent versus making her way over to Asura. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That is just how things kind of tend to be, and I think it's not a mistake or it's not a coincidence that a lot of the times when parents in this series make a big mistake like this, it's with their first children. Like, yeah, so yeah, I can definitely see Roxy doing that, especially since she has such an intellect. She intellectualizes everything, so I can see her trying to kind of zero in on her speech. I mean, even so, it is very, very hard to fully eliminate an accent, even if you're deliberately trying to. Which, not saying she couldn't do it. There are people who can do it. Like, that's... I mean, there are people in the real world who do espionage, and they will learn a language and train the accent away. But so it is possible, but I don't know. It's just an interesting line of thought.
幼いながらもそれが私のせいなんだということは気づいていた。念話が話せない私は異端者なのだ。だから私は家を飛び出した。私がいなくなればこの人たちは喜ぶに違いない。そう思った。
Yeah, and this is another reason I think that a lot of her childlike mannerisms came from this, because she ran away from home with childlike motivations and kind of held on to a lot of that childhood trauma and some of the childish attitudes that came with it, which is, what kind of set her off as initially childish before she grew, but why she still holds on to certain little pieces of her childishness, like her fear of the supered, or the fact that she just can't figure out on her own that she is loved, and that it's just, and that her behaviors with her hometown are irrational, which if she looked at it with a neutral lens, she would have realized that, because she's more than smart enough to figure that out. Yeah, that too. There's just so many little things that showcase her kid attitude. And again, I do have to point out, it's just the fact that they took their time with it. They let things slowly build up. Even that one moment of her realizing, and then it just very, very slowly, you see her face start to turn, her eyes shimmer before she completely breaks down. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's not just a case of, she cries like a child would. It's also a case of, she's back in her hometown. The last time she was there was probably still as a child. And, she's upset and just running to her mother. And that, that's a very, that's a kind of experience that would bring out the kid in somebody. Yeah, and that's a nice line. Words aren't what really matters. This scene, I shouldn't say scene, this entire sequence is just, I mean, if it weren't for the Paul and Norn sequence from a bit ago, this would be like far and away like my favorite moment, but it's like competing with that right now. Again, I things like this are some of the anime's biggest strengths. And I will also note that the way she hears the telepathy, granted, she's also just kind of waking up, but you notice it doesn't have that little tinnitus ring anymore. It's just like a little tap, as opposed to, you know, the ringing and the clicks that were viscerally uncomfortable. Now it's just a thing that's there. And of course, she did what her mother asked and spent the night. Yeah, the dance scene was another great one.
Ohayo.
Oh, and her back must be fucking killing her now. That, like, sleeping on the ground like that's not comfortable.
おはよう、お母さん、お父さん。
What happens when it rains? Or is there a hatch there? It looks like there's a hatch there now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking, like, this is making me think of the times I left my car windows open when it starts to rain, and I don't recognize it. Yeah, even if you're used to sleeping on the ground, it's still not going to be comfortable. Like, I don't know. I mean, even like RimWorld, you still get like what is like a -5 moodlet for sleeping on the ground.
もう経ってしまうのか?
うん、ごめんなさい。私を慕ってくれている行方不明の。
Yeah, maybe that might also be true. You know, smaller size means less weight to be put on uncomfortable positions. Because, like, you know, I'm a pretty big guy. Even if I was at a healthy weight, I'd still be a big guy. My family's just kind of pretty well built in general. That's just genetics for you. So, for me, you know, an uncomfortable position is exacerbated. And like even when I'm sleeping in a bed, sometimes I'll wake up and I just slept weird on my neck and it'll be very uncomfortable for like 2 days afterwards.
弟子を探さないと。
そうか。ああ、そういえば2年ほど前、ロキシーの弟子だっていうやつがこの村に来たぞ。確か名前は。
ルーデウス君よ。
そうそう、ルーデウスだ。はい。
And then of course the music changes right there, where, you know, they got past the emotional moment. Now they're just kind of funny. Yeah.
子たちもう家までたどり着けたのかしらね。
Yeah, true. That moment was adorable.
他にも誰かいたんですか？
エリスちゃんって女の子とルイジェルドさんの3人で旅してたわ。
ルイジェルドってのはスペルド族な。
スペルド族。
And I love how her eyes always darken every time the super or dead end are mentioned. It's funny. It's adorable.
ロキシーが村を出て行った少し後に交流が始まってな。ずっと怖い奴らだと思っていたが、これが意外に。ロキシー
？Again, and I like how they essentially cap off the emotional moment with a bit of humor. You know, it's a nice way of saying, okay, we had our moment, let's keep moving.
また近いうちに帰ってきます。
あ。
次はルーデウス君と来てくれてもいいのよ。
許さん。俺は許さんからな。
Okay, so I know what they're trying to do here is essentially call back to when Rudy was there, and you know they kind of had that little back and forth. I don't think it's as funny this time. I mean, it was, you know, it's slightly amusing, but I think the original was very funny. This one, it feels like it's trying a little too hard. Also, it's just like Yeah, that exactly. And he just kind of happily says, "No, you may not," and Rudy says, "Okay." That I thought that interaction was funny. Also, it's a little bit weird that these two are telling their 40-year-old daughter that he should hook up with a kid who at this point is like 12 years old. So I don't know. I mean, I get what they're trying to do. It's just a little funny when you think about it. Okay.
それにしてもルーデウスがスペルド族と一緒とは。
Okay, excuse me for a minute. I have to use the bathroom. I mean, it's true that an adult is 15, but still, like, it would be a little weird to point out. It would still be weird to mention somebody, getting with somebody who's currently 16, but might be 18 soon. All right, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. And when it comes to ReZero, I can't really speak on ReZero just because I've only the most I've seen of it is I've seen the first 2 seasons. I did like it, but I have not read the source material and I'm not caught up on it. So I can't really say if it's as good because I just don't have the full context of it yet. But I do know that Rifujin and the writer of ReZero are friends, and they both really like each other's work. So I'm willing to bet there's probably something there that's that has real value. So it's another thing that's on my to-do list. I do want to read the ReZero stuff, the ReZero books, but who knows when I'll actually get around to it.
ということは噂に聞いていたデッドエンドを語る3人組の正体はルーデウスたちと考えるのが自然でしょうね。なるほど。これでようやく腑に落ちました。
Yeah, I did hear about that. How their VAs got married. That's it's a funny thing. Yeah.
デッドエンドの名を語るなんてそんな恐れ知らずな人がいるわけがないと思いましたが、ルーデウスならあるいはスペルド族を仲間にしてしまうなんてどこまですごい人になってしまうのでしょうか。ただいま。
And okay, and I mentioned this way back in the beginning. This is another example of something that the anime is starting to do, where it's starting to incorporate a lot of the stylistic elements of the books, where especially with this, where this is going to be almost like a beat for beat recreation of the scene from way earlier, where again Roxy walks in on Ilin Elise getting gangbanged, and at that point she just kind of freaks out and just starts casting icicle break everywhere. And this is again meant to kind of be a beat for beat recreation of that with a little bit of a twist, because for comedic effect. But I mean, that's a thing that the books would do a lot, and it's also it showcases that Roxy is a little bit more mature now, so it's funny. I know about it, but I know about the collab, but I have not read it yet. I think that's something I want to read the main ReZero just so I get more of how Subaru's book character is, so I can really get the full appreciation of the collaboration. But yeah, I'm that is something that is another thing I want to read. And also, I will say, it's been a while. I watched the first 2 seasons of ReZero. This was before season 3 was out, so there's a lot of stuff that's probably a little fuzzy for me. So I'd want to kind of get refreshed on all that before I read it, because I feel like I kind of want that full context to truly appreciate it.
帰ってきたんですな。ロキシー？ハイスクールブレイク。
Again, this is just a callback. It was a funny scene that's a callback to a previous funny scene. But the fact that Roxy's all calm about it, shows some of her growth, but it's also just fucking hilarious that even when she has a clear head, her response is to just break shit.
ロキシーもいい加減慣れてくださいまし。
エリナ・リーゼさんもいい加減人目につかないところでやってください。
あら、見られるから余計に興奮するんですのよ。
Yeah, and again, I will say I've mentioned it before, but I really do like the misdirection they're doing with Elinalise's character, where, instead of trying to feel just ruined by her curse, she decides to just embrace it and derive pleasure from it, as opposed to, living her life being miserable.
からどうするんじゃ。
また大陸の北西部を目指しましょう。ゼニスさん、リーリャさん、アイシャの3人はまだ見つかっていませんから。
Yeah, I mean, she is a freak, but I mean, the reason for that, I would say, is because she has to engage in these things regardless. So I imagine she's just like, you know what? I might as well enjoy myself. I'd rather be happy than to be sad. Because and it's not the entirety of her personality either, because I don't know if the anime ends up mentioning this, but in the books, she points out that she explains that, whenever she would get pregnant, she would temporarily settle down with the father, if that was possible, then raise the kid together, and once they became an adult, then she would fuck off again. So I think, again, she can kind of turn that off when she needs to. Like, obviously, she still needs to have sex to not die, but, she's able to kind of be responsible for a period of time. Yeah, and again, I will say, I think it might be part cope, partly, she's genuinely learned to see the bright side of things. But also, as we'll see eventually, not in this stream, but much later on, is that, she kind of jumps at the chance to have a different experience. Like, when Cliff shows her, like, genuine, innocent interest, she kind of immediately latches onto him at the point where, it starts out feeling kind of like a joke, but then you realize that, she's actually, like, completely fallen for him, because he was, like, one of the only people who, was interested in her as a person, as opposed to the fact that she is hot and easy.
弟子に会わなくてもいいのか。
構いません。ルーデウスは無事だと分かりましたから、いつかまたどこかで会えるはずです。また大陸の街はまだまだあるんです。今まで通り一つずつ回っていきましょう。
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to Elinalise, we also can't forget that, despite the way she's being portrayed, she's also going on this big journey with Roxy and Tallhand to help try to find survivors of the teleportation incident. Like, that's just, she's going on through significant effort to help people. So, like, that shouldn't be ignored either. Yeah, so ultimately, again, excellent episode right there. It's one of the best so far, I think. And again, I do have to point out that I really do like. I mean, that's true, but it is true that she's helping Paul and Zenith. But I mean, at the same time, she's going through a lot of effort for this for a former party member, especially when it comes to Paul, where it's strongly implied that they left on bad terms. So, I mean, you know, she's still ultimately doing a selfless thing. But yeah, so I will say again, I know I mention it like every time that it pops up, but I do really like the Hitogami scenes where everything just feels slightly off about them, and that's definitely intentional. Like, you can see the colors are a little blurry, they're not quite right. Like, you don't really see purples like that normally. Hitogami's animation itself is just like a little bit too smooth. It really sells what they're trying to do with him, and I really like it. And I still don't know, you know, if, you know, Rudy shows up naked in these things because, you know, it's showing his former self. I still don't know why he has glasses on in this astral projection kind of place.
いきなりクソなんて相変わらずだね君は。
せっかく忘れてたのに。
1年ぶりの再会なのに冷たいじゃないか。僕のおかげで魔眼も手に入ったっていうのに。
もっとうまいこと教えてくれりゃ。
Yeah, I mean, I will say the way that when I first read Mushoku Tensei, I kind of always interpreted Hitogami as, you know, not necessarily an ally, but you know, he is essentially someone who just kind of observes and finds entertainment in the world. He takes an interest in Rudy and kind of wants to kind of see how things progress, giving him a little bit of a boost. And I mean, obviously, we do eventually learn his we do get a more direct examination of what his motivations are, which again, I don't want to spoil that for the anime onlys, because that there's going to be a moment in the next season that it's going to make a lot of people lose their fucking minds. But yeah.
親に入れられることもなかったし、パウロと喧嘩することもなかった。
君の冒険は見て。
I mean, I could believe that, because you know, he's kind of sitting in this, you know, this kind of blank plane of existence. I don't know that it's ever explained what exactly this is, but I mean, I read Old Dragon's Tale not that long ago, and one of the things is that, you know, Hitogami wasn't always in this location. He used to wander the world like everyone else, and then things happened that kind of got him stuck there. So he is kind of separated from everything else, although that wasn't necessarily his intention.
できないよ。でもいいのかい？全部僕のせいにしてさ。
But of course, he also has kind of the ability to play Puppet Master from this location, since it's not revealed at this. Well, it is kind of revealed at this point, but not explicitly. You know, that he can see a limited number of futures at any given time, where he can actually look at somebody's future and see what they will do and how his words could impact that. And he can also bring people into the dream world to talk with him. So even though he's not able to directly influence the world, he's able to pull some strings.
くそ、この部屋にいると昔に戻るな。俺は反省したんだ。反省したはずなんだ。
And I really do like the how, you know, Rudy being in his old body, like, he has such an aversion to how he used to be that, like, even just the idea of being in his old body is like about to give him a panic attack. Yeah, that is true. That's I mean, Laplace himself is also a very, very interesting character, and like, I hope Old Dragon's Tale isn't the only exploration we get of him, because I kind of want to know just how he ticks. And also I'll also say the Laplace that is mentioned in the main series is not the same Laplace that has always existed. So it's an interesting. He's a very cool character. Old Dragon's Tale made me absolutely love Laplace. So he's great.
いやーくそ感謝してるよここまで来れたのはお前のおかげだほらだから言えよ次の助言
素直に聞くなんて珍しい
けどな今俺が聞きたい助言は一つ家族の居場所だ
君の家族はこことは違う世界にいるんじゃないのか
And this line really does highlight the fact that he's now kind of starting to embrace his role as a part of this new world, where he doesn't quite again see himself as a person pushed into a new scenario. He views his new family as his family now. Like that's like a pretty big deal. They're not just the people who are family to the body I've inhabited.
茶化すなよゼニス、リーリャ、アイシャの3人だあとできればシルフィーとギレーヌフィリップとサウロスの居場所も知りたい
The way I'm seeing it is he does seem to be I think he's calling Hitogami the Laplace because again he the original Laplace was he was a French philosopher and his idea was the demon that it was a thought experiment where he was thinking of a demon who was basically like a supercomputer who could basically see the future because he could calculate all the possible variables. Essentially, the idea is that if you have enough knowledge and enough ability to do the calculations, theoretically you should be able to predict the future. And that's what the Laplace demon was. It was a demon that could view the world, that could see the future by calculating all the possible variables. Essentially, it knows everything there is to know currently, and also knows how it all connects. And again, it's one of those things where theoretically, and it's like basically a question of like free will and all that stuff, where because he knows everything that's going to happen, he has all the information he could ever need, he can predict the future with 100% accuracy. So even though he can't see the future, he can calculate the future. That's again, it's an examination of free will, essentially, was what the thought experiment was. I will say Orsted he doesn't directly see the future. So rather than him being Laplace-like, again, it's more that because he's repeating the same events over and over and over, he's able to kind of learn things to a similar degree, but through constant iteration and trial and error, as opposed to actually being able to immediately know all the possible variables. And especially once Rudy comes and kind of throws a wrench in the system, where the variables he's already learned no longer necessarily apply because there's now an unknown factor. But yeah, Hitogami is definitely very Laplace-like in his in the way he kind of is able to see the world, because even though he's not doing things with calculations and he's actually seeing the future, it has the same practical effect.
ごめん調子に乗ってたよじゃあ一つ約束してほしいんだ
何をだよ
もし次の助言で君が家族と再会することができたら今度は僕のことを信じてほしいんだ
お前を信じて操り人形みたいになれってか
いやそこまで言わないさただ毎回喧嘩腰っていうのも疲れるじゃないか
別に喧嘩腰じゃなくったって疲れる
And again, I also like how Hitogami is really trying to push for Rudy to trust him. And part partially speaks to his true motivations, which again I'm not going to spoil here, but you people who've read the books will know why Hitogami values trust so highly. But also because so again, this is something that's revealed in the books past the point the anime is currently, is that Hitogami does have a blessing that makes people inherently trust him, and Rudy is likely not affected by that blessing. So it's essentially the inverse of Orsted's curse, which makes people distrust him inherently. So, which Rudy is also immune to. But because this is probably something that Hitogami is just not familiar with. He's not used to the idea of somebody not trusting him right out the gate. So I think he finds it very exciting to try to be able to win Rudy over through legitimate means, even though he's not experienced in direct emotional manipulation to that degree, because again, he's used to people just trusting him. I think he is excited for the challenge of being able to get Rudy on his side, because it is just something he's never experienced before, or at least, actually, it's uncertain if he's never experienced it before, but if he has, it had been like not happened. That had been the case at least since like antiquity. I think it is confirmed in a conversation, but I could be misremembering.
んだよ。忘れたい昔の姿を引きずり出されて陰鬱な気分にさせられるせいでな。まあ今回の助言がうまいこと言ったなら考えてもいい。
信用してくれる
And I like that right there because Rudy's giving him an in.
それは今後次第だな。
オッケー、わかった。それで行こう。では今回の助言を授けましょう。ルーデウスよ、よくお聞きなさい。彼女の名はアイシャ・グレイラット。あなたはこの場面に出くわすことになります。
Have I ever been resistant to the blessing curses? Yes, but not naturally, I would say. I mean, Nanahoshi is also seems to be resistant to at least the trust and distrust curses and blessings. It seems like it's something that, if people from other worlds or the very least, or I should probably clarify, people from outside the six-faced world do seem to be resistant to the trust and distrust blessing and curse. And also, it does seem to be something that can be passed on because Rudy's descendants also are not affected by the curse. And that's that becomes very relevant much later. Potentially, I think the way, if I'm remembering, especially with the distrust thing, it seems like it's one of those things where, let's see, so why won't he say, if you don't follow my lead, you'll die, or your close ones will die? I've only watched the anime. Hitogami is a very playful kind of character. He likes his entire existence. To him, everything is kind of like playing a game. And I think he likes the idea of nudging someone in a certain direction without really revealing too much to them. And that's partly how he kind of gets his entertainment. And he also, the way he kind of does things overall, and again, this is going to be pointing to stuff that the anime has not gotten to yet. So I'm not going to go into any details so as not to spoil you. But he has a kind of method that he likes to engage with people with. It's a way that it's a way that keeps him interested and entertained. And just kind of laying all the information out there would kind of ruin it for him. So he likes kind of giving people little nudges so that they do certain things and kind of get surprised by what happens, even though we're given a little bit of information ahead of time. And also with Rudy specifically, I wouldn't be surprised if Rudy just wouldn't believe him at this point, because again, he is so incredibly distrustful of Hitogami this whole time And part of that is the fact that he just, all his negativity kind of bubbles up when he sees his old body. But it's not unlikely that Hitogami would have said, hey, do this thing in order for this good effect and to avoid this bad effect. Rudy might say, I don't fucking believe you. I'm doing my own thing. But that's just speculation on my part.
何
しかし決して名前を名乗ってはいけません。偽名を名乗り彼女に事情を聞きなさい。そしてシーロン王宮にいる知り合いへと手紙を出すのです。
待った。なんで知り合い？
さすればリーリャ、アイシャの二人をシーロン王宮から救い出すことができるでしょう。
Ooh, I didn't even realize this when I first watched it. I love how the Hitogami's echo bounces back and forth from left to right. Because I got headphones on right now, so I can hear it and go from left ear to right ear and back again. That's a cool little effect. I mean, if you're watching this and you have like speakers, you might not notice it, but that was pretty neat.
リリアもなんでそんなところにいるなら見つからないはずが。
And that was a cool little transition to have Rudy wake up. And it's also like nice little bit of symbolism. The idea that Rudy is like scared and stressed. The idea that, Lilia and Aisha might be in trouble. That it makes him physically sick, although it's, meant to be the seasickness as well. It's a nice little touch.
どうした？大丈夫か？
大丈夫です。前の船酔いが残ってただけですから。
魔眼を手に入れさせたのはあれを見せるためだったのか。
わからない。どういうつもりなんだ。
One sec. Gotta mute the YouTube. Yeah, again, even though I can deal with the claims on the VODs, I don't want the stream itself to get nuked. And this is another pretty beautiful. Yeah, I have to say I think I agree. This intro is beautiful. Like the song is great. And then and that breath right there, really with the music in the background, it's like this is a big moment for Uijerd because he's stepping off a boat in human territory that he rode as a passenger. Like, this is something he probably never thought he'd be able to do. And let's not forget his last boat ride, he was stowed away in the cargo hold with a bag over his head. Okay, that might also be true. The way I've always kind of seen him getting sick with his demon eye is that it's not necessarily that it's the future itself that's kind of making him sick. It's the fact that when he really pushes it, the disconnect between what he's seeing in real time and what he's seeing in the future just kind of essentially creates motion sickness. Like, it's like, if you've ever had a machine, like there are some things that you can put on your eye or in your, okay, so this is not with eyes, but a good example is if you've ever had a speech delay program running where you speak into a microphone and have your headphones and it plays it back in a slight delay, it is really hard to keep speaking normally like that because it just completely fucks your brain up. Yeah, like you said, discombobulates the psyche. I imagine that's what I think Rudy's future sight is essentially doing, where if he pushes too far, there's too much of a disconnect between what's happening now and what's happening later. That's kind of what makes him sick. But Again, that's mostly speculation on my part, but I still think the puking is more of like an emotional symbolism than anything else. Yeah, and once again, every time they're in a new location, they have these big wide shots of just showing the landscapes, showing how everything is different, and every location just has its own identity. And this one, I mean, this area definitely has a strong like Asian and Chinese influence, but you know, it's nice to see. It makes the world feel real. Yeah, and of course, Rudy's just a little disappointed because it's not the rice he knows of. Yeah, I particularly like this shot here. Okay. And once again, it is always adorable to see Eris just getting really excited for every new place.
ここがシーロー王国の首都なのね。
人神が手紙を出せと言った知り合い。そう、おそらくそれはロキシーのことだ。そうすることでリーリアたちを救えるとも。しかし本当にリーリアたちがいるのならば、
And I do like just the
とっくに
world
ロキシーが
building
見つけて
thing of the fact that, oh, this entire city was kind of built around the lake. I mean, it's not really an oasis since this isn't the desert, but you know, it's like the big body of water is kind of where civilizations tend to center, because you know, water is important to life in more ways than you would think, especially back in medieval times, since you know that's kind of the closest they had to any kind of power. Is since they didn't have electricity or anything like that, things would happen due to flowing water. So it's neat just to see the different settings have like real world concepts applied to them.
いるはずなのだが。
ここにはルーデウスの師匠がいるのよね。どうしたのルーデウス。
実はある筋からの情報なのですが、この国のどこかに僕の家族が囚われているそうなのです。
そうなの？
ほう、母親か。
いえ、リーリャとアイシャ、元メイドと妹ですね。
妹？ミリシオにいたじゃない、生意気そうなのが。
Yeah. And again, this is just another example of Eris being not necessarily stupid, but just not as highly intelligent as most writers would have made her. Where, you know, the way Rudy's talking, it's clear that Lilia and Aisha are the maid and sister he's talking about. But she's like, sister, we met your sister. She was a bitch.
もう一人いるんですよ。
Okay, and I also really like this interaction right here where Eris is visibly annoyed that there's something about Rudy that she doesn't know. Like, she's at the point where she's like really like they are family at this point, and she just hates the idea that there's parts of him that she doesn't know yet.
なのでできればお二人にも情報収集を手伝ってもらえるとありがたいのですが。
家族のことならば仕方ないわね。
But at the same time, even though she's annoyed, her immediate reaction is like, yeah, we're gonna help these people. We're gonna go full throttle at the problem.
ありがとうございます。
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, let's not forget that she grew up with the Boreas Grey Rats, where I mean, yes, her parents were married and presumably monogamous, though we don't really know that for sure. But let's not forget the person she looked up to was Saros, who was banging all the maids. So the idea of somebody sleeping around probably isn't that big a deal for her, especially since marriage works differently in Mushoku Tensei world, where while monogamy is the common way people do things, there's nothing actually like preventing polygamy, and the only people who have any kind of visceral aversion to it is the Millis faith, which preaches monogamy, which I don't think Eris's family was.
とりあえず情報の出所を聞かれなくてよかった。あの白いのが何を考えているのかわからない以上、部活にあいつのことを話すのはやめておいた方がいい気がするしな。
Yep, good point, right. That whole thing was funny, yeah. I personally can't wait until we start. The Beast Folk from the college are some of my favorite comedic characters in the series. I am so excited to meet them. They share the same brain cell. It's amazing.
よろしくお願いします。
これでよし。突然の手紙だ。ロキシー驚くだろうな。
さて、
人神のことを信用するのであれば、この広い町の中から夢で見させられた場所を探せばいいのだろう。ああ、骨が折れそうだ。
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Those two are, man, everything about them is so funny. I personally, it still lives rent-free in my head. The idea that they had this, climactic moment between them. The idea of, they had this big journey in school together, but now they need to fight so that one of them can go back to take up the mantle of the head of the tribe while the other strikes it out on their own. And, it's going to be, they have that final bout and then they separate, like has happened multiple times throughout the series up to that point, which is always, a way to, put like a final nail in a certain character arc. And then, of course, they have that fight and immediately have to take the same carriage to their next destination. Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking funny. And then, of course, you may later meet them again and realize that both of them are just complete abject failures, and it's hilarious. Like, they both have big plans, and they both fucked it up.
でアイシャは兵士に捕まっていたんだ。人神の口ぶりだと王宮に抑留されているっぽかったけど。
And once again here, kind of like what they did with Rudy's party and Roxy, kind of barely missing each other. They're doing more Scooby-Doo shit here, although it is actually going to lead with them meeting. Honestly, it's when it comes to whether you should keep the meowing, it's up to you. It does. I don't think it matters too much. It's ultimately like a flair in their speech. So you can kind of. It's a stylistic decision. It's mostly up to you. I don't know. As long as you're deliberate with it and you choose your things for a reason. Like try not to include aspects of things just for the sake of including them. Just have a deliberate purpose for it. And it doesn't have to be like a serious story purpose. It could just be you want them to have these specific speech patterns because you think it gives them an interesting identity that that can work as well. Again, I think when it comes to writing, especially fantasy writing, a big part of it is just thinking about how everything is going to fit together, how it's all going to work, and having a reason for doing the things you do in the story, for including the things you include, and just generally having a total big picture view of things, and that you're essentially writing a slice of that piece. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true as well. And it's essentially like just kind of like how children will kind of not be able to make certain sounds, like how they'll like say like a W sound instead of an L sound. That yeah, that as it being a childlike thing is one good way to do it, and it is something that is neat about Mushoku Tensei's world building. I don't know. It could also be something like I will say, so I like Nekopada, and while I didn't really care for the anime adaptation, one thing it really did that I liked was that Chocolat, the meows would kind of come out when she got excited, and when she got like really excited, she would have trouble speaking just because she would be meowing so much, and that's something I thought was kind of very endearing.
誰だルイジェルトいやルイジェルトの尾行能力なら俺が気づけるわけがないエリスでもないエリスならわざわざつけ回さず無言でついてくるだろうしなでは誰かこの国において俺に恨みを持つ者
And I do like how they're flashing to the different factors that are going to lead into the scene that is going to, be the Lilia and guard confrontation. I like how they're just flashing between the little elements so that the viewer is clued in on what's about to happen, even though Rudy just, is still oblivious. And again, he's also over-intellectualizing things, as he tends to do. Well, I was saying this earlier, but when it comes to ReZero, I've only seen the first 2 seasons. I have not read the books, and I am not caught up on the anime. So I do like what the anime is doing so far, at least from what I've seen. I did like the show a lot, but I can't really give a good answer to that question just yet. I do want to read the books and also get caught up on the anime before I can really know how the two stack up next to each other. But I do know that the authors of both are friends and both admire and respect the other's work. So I'm guessing that there's a lot to like about ReZero's writing. And that's one of the reasons I really want to read it, is because I imagine there's a lot of good there. So like, okay, I know. So I know Rudy does end up taking this barrier down in a second, but just like imagine you're walking to work and you're going down an alley, you got to get there, and then you just see a huge fucking wall blocking everything off. Imagine how pissed off you'd be. And this camera work right here is incredible. They're essentially simulating a dolly zoom, which is I can never remember which way it is. It's either they zoom in while pulling the camera back, or they zoom out while pushing the camera in. I can never remember which is which, but it gives this kind of warping effect where the background kind of moves in a different way that the subject moves. And it's often used in moments of just shock and realization. Like the classic example is is Jaws, where the main character is sitting on the beach. They notices the shark, and then it zooms in on, and then it does the dolly zoom. Zoom in while pulling the camera back. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Again, I know it's either one or the other. I can never remember which, but yeah. So Jaws is like the most famous example of that, where it's meant to be like the realization is like, oh shit, the shark is here. It's gonna kill everyone. I love, and they're doing that same thing here, except obviously this is animation. This is not, there's no actual camera. So they're essentially doing the animation to simulate a dolly zoom, and that's so cool. And that's another thing I'm liking. So we eventually learn that these guards are decent people. They're not assholes. And it's kind of similar to the scene where Rudy meets up with Paul's party for the first time, where things about this just seem slightly off from what you'd expect. Whereas, they're not speaking in an aggressive way. They're not there are ways that they're interacting with Aisha that are not indicative of what they're trying to be played off as right now. And like for example, it says, "Please be quiet, I'm begging you." That's not something that like a gruff, corrupt guard would necessarily do. So you can tell that they don't want to be doing what they're doing, but they kind of have to. So they add a lot of these little tidbits when something is going to be revealed to show that this isn't the way it seems.
ごめんよ。でも仕事だから。違うんだ。
And you can tell they look visibly uncomfortable. Like they don't. Again, they're uncomfortable. They're not super confident in their speech. They're soft spoken. He's stuttering a little bit. Like, again, nice little touches there. Because in a lot of fantasy media, the town guards are often dickheads, and so that's kind of what the viewer is primed to expect here. Especially since they're restraining Rudy's little sister, so that that's kind of primes you to not like them.
誤解も何も。
聞いてくれ坊主。おじさんたちはこれでも王宮の兵士なんだ。彼女が迷子になってたから迎えに来ただけなんだよ。
迷子の子の手紙を奪う必要はあるんですか？
いろいろあるんだよ、大人には。
And I will say this moment is a little bit interesting, even for like an anime only, with the context you'll get in like a few minutes into the future, is that Lilia taught Aisha is like that people will do what you want if they see a little girl crying. So while I don't doubt that she's actually like really upset at the moment and freaking out, I wonder how much of this is her putting on an act for Rudy. And once again, I love that they keep having him use Quagmire just as just kind of a common strategy of his. It really is gonna... It's a nice lead into how that'll kind of become his signature later on, even though I have been told that the anime does not explain that at all. And of course, that's another line that makes that has a lot more to it when you realize what's going on with the future context, is that they realize, oh shit, that's Roxy's apprentice. That's the person we're looking for. That's kind of neat. And again, and that's also nice. Again, with future context, once you realize that these guys aren't actually bad, they're just being blackmailed. And like I like lines like that. It's like, we won't hurt you. Like, they're actually telling the truth. They genuinely do not want to hurt anyone. So again, these things just have a lot more to them when you have more context, and I like that a lot. Okay, and I definitely believe Aisha is freaking out at that moment. Like, I think that freak out is genuine. I would be freaking out too. Okay, and I will say, one thing I took note of during this scene here, I think Aisha's speech patterns are so great here. I don't think the subtitles quite carry it over as much as it sounds to me, but I mean, it does a good job, I think, reasonably well. But like the fact that, the idea is that Aisha is a genius, like a genuine genius. And a lot of her way of interacting with the world is that she's highly intelligent, but she lacks a lot of experience. So she just essentially doesn't have the context she needs to fully understand things. But she speaks in just this highly proper tone. Like her word choice is very, very adult in the sense that she speaks essentially perfectly. She doesn't have the incomplete grasp of the language that a child of her age would usually have. She speaks confidently as opposed to how kids will a lot of times not necessarily know the exact words to express complex thoughts right away. And but yeah, so and I think the voice actress's delivery is also really great here as well, where they really sell the idea that it's just a little bit uncanny how good she is at speaking. And of course, kids acting to adult is something that is creepy, but it's like, just the right level of creepy for what they're trying to do here. It's just you're not meant to be creeped out by Aisha, but you are meant to notice that she's just a little different.
確か今6歳だったっけか？礼儀正しく育ったもんだ。
お名前を教えてもらってもよろしいでしょうか？
And again, she's also being a lot more wordy than she has to be to get her points across. And part of that is just being very formal. She's also just, and I think that the subtitles are doing a decent job of trying to express that. But she could have just said Namaewa as to ask for Rudy's name, but she gives like a full sentence to it. It's hard to say. I will say I do think Rudy is very, very, very smart. I don't think he's quite on the level of like I think Aisha is like a genuine genius. And I think that I think in terms of raw intelligence, Aisha is probably smarter than Rudy. Although it's hard to say, but I will say Rudy is a lot smarter than he gives himself credit for, and I think even in his past life, he was noticeably above average intelligence.
Shadow Moon Knight!
But we also have to consider the fact that Aisha is younger than Rudy, and also just generally has less real-world experience. So even when we do see Aisha eventually grow up and kind of become a young adult, and she does find her place in the world to really exercise her intellectual potential, Rudy just has more chance to have developed his knowledge base. So, I don't know. I think put them side by side in the same scenarios, Aisha probably outpaces Rudy, but in terms of the final product of both of them, it's probably a bit of a toss-up, where they each have their own kind of strengths and weaknesses in that regard. Okay, that's fucking funny.
助けてもらった上、一つずうずうしいお願いをしたいのですが、大丈夫でしょうか？お母さんがお城に捕まっていることをお父さんに伝えるために手紙を出したいんです。
なるほど、その手紙だったのか。言葉の選び方といい、随分賢く育ったじゃないか。
ですがそういうのはお金が必要ってお母さんに教わらなかったのですか？
お母さんは私みたいな子が上目遣いでお父さんにお手紙を送りたいのって言えば何とかしてくれるって教えてくれました。
and that's just funny. And yeah, that I don't know. It just shows that Lilia, again, going back to the whole parenting thing, there's going to be stuff with Lilia as well that I think is done pretty well, but we'll talk about that later. But Lilia, just because of her really strange way of processing the world, which I am annoyed that the anime never really went into that, because I think it adds a lot to her character and how she interacts with people, because she's like while she's not like a main character, she is a feature of most of the story. Like she ends up living with the main group, so she's an ever-present figure in their lives. But because of her strange way of interacting with the world, that kind of reflects in her parenting, where she's like hyper logical, and again, she is not teaching like normal kid things to Aisha. She's saying, "Oh, here's what you can use your age in a way to manipulate people." And in this case, it also makes sense because they have a deliberate goal in mind. But it's just interesting because this is how just Lilia treats Aisha, and also there's the fact that Lilia's gratitude to Rudy somewhat overrides her considerations for Aisha, where she wants to try to groom Aisha into being Rudy's servant, even though Aisha does not express any interest in doing so at first. And Lilia's like, "Nah, you're gonna do it regardless," and that's not what a parent would normally do.
あらやだ、リーリャさんたらお茶目さん。
でもずっとお父さんに連絡を取ろうとしてるんですけど、後ろの人がダメって。
お父さん以外に他に頼れそうな人はいないんですか？
いません。
例えばお母さんの知り合いの青い髪のお姉さんとか、そう、どこかにいるはずのお兄さんとか。
兄はいますけど頼りになりません。
なんでや。
Okay. First of all, that immediate retort is in his mind is funny, but I like this idea of Rudy. He was told that he can't reveal himself at this point, but I love how he's still trying to kind of prod a little bit to try to get the information, as Aisha would put it, surreptitiously.
さっきアンさんのこと華麗に助けたやないか。
理由を聞いてもいいでしょうか？
理由？いいですよ。家にはお母さんが大事にしている。
And this whole thing is so funny. This scene is hilarious. Again, I love that the panties just keep coming back as a recurring gag. They're just an ever-present force. And I know, and I still do have some issues with the fact that they incorporated the worship part of it so early on, calling it the holy relic and all that, because I don't know. I think it's a great way of, in the books, how they used comedy to highlight certain aspects of Rudy's personality. But even so, even whether they do or don't do that, they keep showing up where you'd least expect them. Like, they should have been gone ages ago. Lilia still has the fucking panties even though she's teleported halfway across the world. It's so fucking stupid, but in the best way.
小箱があったんです。触るな、中身を見るなというので、なぜかと聞いたんです。なんでも兄の大切なものが入っているからなのだそうです。お母さんがいない時にこそ。
And we haven't seen too many great faces recently. This is another great face.
すると中に何が入ってたと思います？
さあ、なんだろう。
パンツです。兄は4、5歳という年齢で女性のパンツを5章大事にしていたそうです。それもサイズ的には結構小さい。私の計算によると14歳ぐらいのこのパンツです。
計算ってちょっとこの子賢すぎやしませんか？まだ6歳ですよね。
でも誤解という可能性もありますよね。
いいえ、さりげなくお母さんに裏を取りました。
Yeah, and again, that's nothing. Like she says, surreptitiously. That's just another way of just having Aisha just be a little bit strange. She's using words that she shouldn't really know, and again, I think it's a great way of showcasing how she is in a way that I think is a little bit more effective than how the books did at first. And I mean, I think the books eventually did a great job of, developing Aisha into this character who is highly intelligent, and all the ways she kind of feels excluded because of that and how it makes her different. I think it does great. This is a great initial impression of her, and I really like it.
兄はその女性の水浴びを覗いていたり、父と奥方様のジョージを覗いたりと、やりたい放題だったみたいです。
And it's also, this is another great example of showing how one of Aisha's issues early on is that her intelligence has outpaced her experience with the world. So that she kind of can draw these various conclusions that make logical sense, but aren't quite right just because she doesn't have all the information available to her, which you just can't have all that information at 6 years old. And this is one of those things where, so the actual facts of the matter are, of course, that, no, well, yes, Rudy is a horny motherfucker. That's part of it. But, it also, the panties, it's less about what the panties are and more about who they belonged to. It's another example of his kind of connection with Roxy that he values. But also, so that's something that gets revealed to Aisha later on, but at the same time, she also is not considering the fact that Rudy would have been 6-7 years old himself at that time. He was like 5-6 years old at the time. And, you don't think that by the time he turns 12, he might have changed a bit since then. That's just not something that even occurred to her. Like, she hasn't even, she's still probably in her first personality. She, has not really witnessed anybody having any significant personality changes or emotional growth. She probably doesn't even realize that's a thing that happens. So that's kind of neat.
お母さんは隠しているようですが、間違いありません。兄は孫うことなき変態です。変態です。
And that echo is just so funny.
そうか、お兄さんは変態か。そりゃ大変だね。
まさかこんな。
The little twitch in his eye is another. This is one of the things I think the anime is at its strength. It's having these little visual gags to heighten the comedic elements.
くそ、なるほど、こういうことか。だから人神は名前を名乗るなと言ったのか。今理解できたよ。
そういえば、ナイトさん、本当の名前はなんて言うんですか？
内緒です。巷ではデッドエンドの飼い主と呼ばれていますがね。
へえ、飼い主さんですか。訳ありなんですね。かっこいいです。
And I also do really like how Aisha gets really excited and she's like kind of enthralled by the idea that Rudy has a nickname and, or more like a title that people call him. And, there is an interesting story behind it, but when Rudy first got the nickname, he was like annoyed. He's like, that sounds fucking lame. Why the fuck are they calling me Kennel Master and not something cool? But then Aisha is just like literally wide-eyed about it.
よし、では僕が君のお母さんを助け出してきましょう。
突然どうして？
いいんです。状況は把握しましたから。任せてください。飼い主の本気を見せましょう。
Yeah. And also Rudy's kind of once again falling back into his earlier desires to be the cool older brother, where that was something he was excited about when Norn and Aisha were first born. It's something he kind of fucked up with Norn because, her first interaction with him at the point of having memories is him beating the shit out of their dad. So now he's like, I got a chance to be the cool older brother now.
というわけで今からこの子の前では。
Oh shit, I just realized something. Give me 1 second. I realized I forgot to pull up the PNG for my thing. I can't believe I forgot that. Excuse me for a sec. No. Okay, that should be better. Yep, okay. I know it's not like a big deal, but it's just something to give myself a visual representation without actually needing a camera in my face because, I prefer to not have a camera if I can help it. Like, I don't hate it, but I prefer it this way. So let me just pull my stuff back up. Yeah, again, it's one of those things I completely forgot to pull the program up. That's on me. It doesn't kill the the effect of the stream or anything, but yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. It's just, again, I think it's better to have something representing me than to be just fully faceless.
僕のことは飼い主と呼んでください。
なんでそんなことするのよ。
どうやら兄に対して間違った知識を教え込まれていたので、かっこいいところを見せてその認識を正そうかと。
私はそのままでもかっこいいと思うけど。
Yeah, and again, that's another thing. Eris, I mean, they're gonna do some funny bits for in response to this, but like, you know, it's nice to see Eris really. Her perspective is that she admires Rudy on like a deep level, not just, you know, not just the romantic angle that they're going to be going for, but like she does have the closeness of like a brother-sister relationship with Rudy, does genuinely care for him and respect him. She just can't conceptualize anyone else feeling differently. And so, like, you know, Rudy mentioned, yeah, you know, she has some incorrect assumptions about me. I kind of want to show her my real personality before I reveal who I am. And she's just like, well, why the fuck doesn't she like you? That's no, I like that. And then, of course, Rudy makes it weird.
どうして褒めるとそういうニチャっとした顔するのよ。でも、そういうことなら今から襲撃ね。
白攻めは久しぶりだな。
And that interaction right there is, I absolutely love that, where, of course, Eris is immediately like, okay, let's go fuck shit up. And then Ruijerd, well, normally the voice of reason, he's like, yep, let's go fuck shit up. I don't know, the timing of that whole interaction right there, I think, is pretty great. And also, if you think about it, with how powerful Ruijerd is, how powerful Rudy is, and the fact that he has silent casting on his side, which is a big leg up. And Eris is no slouch either. She's probably at about Saint level at the moment in Sword God style. They probably could take the castle if they really wanted to, the palace if they really wanted to, but I don't know. But also, it's like, it's just funny that that's their initial reaction is just to storm the palace.
待って。
何よ。
いえ、まずは師匠からの連絡を待ちましょう。ね。
なんて血の気の多い人たちだこと。
I mean, true, but at the same time, the child's safety is already assured. But I mean, also, I could see him, even though he does have emotional reactions when children are involved, I can also see him being like, his reaction being not just necessarily run in and fuck shit up. It could be just, okay, let's come up with a plan now and execute it soon. That is also adorable. Like, they had no reason that they had to have Aisha's hair end up in Eris's mouth, but it's so funny that it's great.
おはようございます。
はーい。
ルーデウス殿でございますか。
はい。
自分はシーローン第七王子親衛大将。
Okay, so I will say I like early Ruijerd, definitely. Post Rudy Ruijerd, maybe. But yeah, so I really like Ginger as a character. I think she's another interesting an interesting presence throughout the series. But I definitely like her introduction here. For starters, she's visually already pretty striking, even though she does kind of have the, a lot of the brown hair, like this shade of brown hair is oftentimes worn by like background characters who don't really mean much. Her blue eyes make her stand out with that, especially since blue eyes and brown hair is a very uncommon combination. So she does visually, you can already see that she's kind of important. There's also the fact that among all the guards, she's the only woman, which again makes her stand out. And also, the little things they do, like I was mentioning before, how they will drip in these little moments, these little tidbits about, well, something doesn't feel quite right about this. This doesn't feel like I would expect it to. And she's another big part of that, where she becomes a very likable character. And even before her reveal as a good person, the way they portray her does make you kind of like her. And of course, later on in the series, she'll become a big figure with Zenoba and Julie, where she almost acts like a mother to both of them.
所属ジンジャーヨークと申します。
これはどうもご丁寧に。
ルーデウス殿、王宮までご同行願えますでしょうか。
何の用でしょう。
失礼、ロキシー殿がお呼びです。
And I like how she has these little twitches when she says that, because obviously she's lying because Roxy is not there. And she knows she's lying about it. She doesn't really want to lie, but she's being pressured into it. So, like you can see when she does things that go against her moral code, but something, she has to do to protect her family, she has these visceral reactions to it, and I really like that.
少々お待ちください。
どうやらアイシャの件ではないらしい。
どうしたの？
ちょっと出かけてきます。
ずいぶんと念入りね。
久しぶりに師匠と会いますからね。
ちゃんと紹介してくれるのよね。
ええ、もちろん。ことが終わった後にゆっくりと。
一人で大丈夫なのか。
問題ありません。何かあったら飛んで逃げてきますので、アイシャのこと頼みます。
わかったわ。いってらっしゃい、ルーデウス。
And again, I love the little. They're gonna do this a couple more times, but like Eris is like the worst person to keep a secret, not because she would voluntarily divulge it, but because she's just she communicates. As I mentioned, like in past streams, her main method of communication is yelling, and she's also just not the type to think before she acts. So the chances of her accidentally revealing Rudy's real name are very high with Eris, and they'll tease that a couple different times throughout this episode, and it's always funny. Yeah, exactly. She does.
何よ。
And I do like how the bells here just make the scene just a little bit uncomfortable. Because, I mean, I'm not quite sure what a first-time viewer would be thinking right now with all this going on. Because, I mean, they obviously know things aren't quite right because Roxy's obviously not at the palace, so she obviously couldn't have summoned him. But they're not entirely sure of what's going to be going on here. So... But, I mean, and I can't really remove myself from the context of knowing exactly what happens. So I know what's coming up. So I can't say how all of this stimuli would affect me.
ここがロキシーのいるお城。
ロキシー殿からルーデウス殿は若くして無影章で魔術を操る天才だと聞き及んでいます。
師匠がそんなことを？
ロキシー殿はよく自慢しておられました。
And again, and things like this where, yeah, I will say, yeah, that's another thing about Eris. She doesn't always pick up on everything right away, but it's like everything, the way she acts is just very endearing. Where she has a very straightforward way of thinking, where, if it doesn't immediately make sense to her, it's just completely out of sight, out of mind for her. But yeah, I mean, and again, with Ginger here, again, you can see she has kind of a kind expression on her face. And I believe she's also telling the truth here about how Roxy boasted about Rudy. And, she probably liked Roxy because Roxy's a nice person. So she's kind of excited to meet the person that Roxy liked so much. And she's also very much at ease when she's talking to him. So I do believe she's completely telling the truth in this moment.
本当なら私が教えられるような存在ではなかったと。
それは言い過ぎですよ。
こちらでございます。
Yeah. And again, once more, it's one of the things where things don't feel quite right just because, wait, why? Because, again, not going into the main entrance, which you know, logically it's because Pax is the youngest child. He doesn't really have a position that's on the same level as the others, but also because he's just doing shady shit. Yeah, and I do like these shots right here where they're never quite focused on the two faces. A lot of times the camera angles are just a little slightly off. Like, if you remember, it was panning up earlier, and it goes past the point where the panning would normally stop. And then they show Ginger there at a bit of an angle. Now they're just showing profiles with more space above them than they occupy. It's nice little. And again, another little bit of something's not quite right here is these guards are visibly uncomfortable. They're not speaking like confidently and clearly. They're forcing the words out.
あなたたち昨日の
失礼杖と荷物をお預かりします
はい。
まあいいか。とにかく今はロクシーだ。なんてったって7年ぶりの再会。話したいことが山ほどある。
ルーデウス殿
Yeah, and that's the first time she doesn't have the words ready to go. That's another little sign that something's not quite right. She wants to say something, she catches herself and is conflicted about it.
いえ何でもございません
And again, once you kind of learn the full situation, this moment takes on, again, a whole new meaning where, you know, she's a good person. She wants to warn Rudy about what's coming, but ultimately has to kind of shove it down because she doesn't want to take the risk that her family would be retaliated against for her doing so. Even though, realistically, if she did warn him ahead of time, Rudy probably would have come out on top of this situation and would have, you know, basically just bullied Pax and taken control.
ジンジャーですルーデウス殿をお連れしました
男の声？まさか。
And I definitely like how this room here is shrouded in darkness, you know, except for the little sources of light behind him that also have Pax in silhouette. Again, makes it amplifies the intimidating factor, although they do kind of play around with that with Pax because Pax's behavior he comes across as he's kind of acting like a villain, like an anime villain, but he can't quite pull it off, partially because of his appearance. You know, he's overweight and all that. His voice isn't quite deepened, and he also just has mannerisms that are still pretty childlike. So he comes across as he's trying to act all imposing, and some of the setup of this scene is facilitating that, but it doesn't quite land, and I think that's intentional. And of course, the bowl cut also makes him look a little ridiculous.
こいつがルーデウスか
こいつか。
Yeah, and like you can hear, he's adding like a bit of distortion and fry to his voice to try to come across as really intimidating, and it just doesn't land for him. So, and again, I think the voice acting in this series is incredible all around. Pax is just another great example of that.
こんなタルみたいなやつが。
I'm actually very interested to see how his voice acting is going to be when he returns later on in the series, past the point the anime has gotten to, because his personality is completely different by that point. So I'm wondering how different his voice will be.
ロクシーよ。
リリア何これロキシは
And again, and that's another thing with... I still really wish they had gone into Lilia's past and how she just interacts with the world early on in the series, because that setup of, you know, how she's this hyper logical, super stoic character who starts out by suppressing all of her emotions, and it's really Rudy that allowed her to start opening herself up to feeling things again. Like that's such an important facet of her character that highlights moments like this where she's visibly distressed, where she's upset, or where she shows love to somebody. They mean so much more for Lilia doing them because she's so uncomfortable expressing herself most of the time. The anime does not go into that backstory, so you don't really get the full impact of how upsetting it is to see her this upset. So I think that was one of the biggest fumbles of the anime so far, and it's so good with the context from the books, but without it, it just it's missing something. Oof. Yeah, that looks like a 15-20 foot drop. That could have killed him. Granted, gravity does not seem to be as destructive in this anime as it is in the real world, but still, that's a potential death drop right there. And again, and that's another thing. Like I was talking earlier about about setting something up for the future. This is very reminiscent of the scene when they met the sacred beast for the first time, because the sacred beast was trapped by a magic circle, not as intricate as this, but that looks very similar to this. So it comes back. Even though Pax will explain what it is in a second, we as the viewers immediately know what this is. Oh, this is a magic circle. This is probably meant to keep him trapped. And again, that just makes it all feel real. It makes it so it doesn't feel contrived. Like, oh, this is a thing we've encountered before, and now it's come back. So I do like that a lot. And also, it's just visually pretty stunning. Although I am curious. So eventually, I don't think the anime has gotten to this point yet, but they go a lot deeper into the technicalities of magic later on. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a possibility. Even people who don't train their mana at a young age and simply have a low cap probably have at least some ability to utilize mana to a degree. Especially when it comes to the battle aura, the toki, that does seem to be a largely unconscious action. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like a warrior, yeah, I could definitely see a swordsman easily surviving that fall. They'd make themselves more resilient without even thinking about it. A regular person, I don't know. They never really explain what the general how much magic impacts the average non-warrior, because they mentioned people like Zenoba. He never practiced magic at a young age, so he has a very, very low mana cap, and it's he's aged up to the point where he can't really train it anymore. So I don't know. That is based that was basically the long way of saying I don't know. But going back to the magic circles, I'm very curious as to how they're going to do things, because the way magic circles are explained later on in the series, like in the book specifically, is that it works almost like a computer program, where each of the little symbols and everything comes together to form a complex set of instructions, and once it's fueled by magic, by mana, then it does whatever it was designed to do. And Nanahoshi especially studies magic and basically creates complex computer programs, and eventually Rudy incorporates this kind of logic into creating magical magical implements. And that's just kind of how it does. So each of these symbols is supposed to do something. Okay, that's cool. So I'm just wondering how much of the visuals of these magic circles are actually going to connect with the things that they do. Like, is this just purely an artistic depiction of what they imagine a magic circle would be? Or, I don't know, are they going to incorporate elements of certain magical circles into other magical circles to showcase how they directly affect the larger spell? And again, it's going to be really neat once they start getting to the really intricate stuff, like when Rudy starts crafting the magical armors, and each one of those has like dozens of tiny little magical circles on them to make it function. But okay, so they don't really do much. Okay, that's fair enough. That would have been kind of going above and beyond, in my opinion, so I'm not surprised that they don't, but, it would have been neat. And like we were talking about earlier, where Pax is essentially a child that has been given whatever he wants whenever he wants it, and that's a big reason for why he is the way he is. I mean, this is something we got to realize. King class mages are very, very rare. King rank anything in this world is rare. Like, it's again, once you become a king in anything, people know who you are. So the fact that Pax had the resources, even as the youngest child of the family who has no real shot at gaining any power long term, he still had the resources to be able to commission a king tier barrier mage to be able to make something for him, that could not have been cheap.
お前ごときではどうにもならんわ。
あなたは
世の名はパックス。シーローン第七王子パックスシーローンだ。
僕は罠にはめられたわけですか。わかりました。昨日のことは謝罪します。その前にまずはロキシーを呼んでください。僕は彼女の元
ロキシーはいない。ここにロキシーはいない。
And I do like when Rudy kind of has his way of thinking. He's going on. He's like, okay, I know how this is playing out. I know how I got to react to this. Then something completely shifts his mindset. He gets information he didn't have before, and he completely loses track of everything, and he stops in his tracks. I like that.
貴様はロキシーをおびき寄せるための餌になるのだ。驚いたぞ。まさかロキシーの恋人がこの国に来ていようとはな。え、
僕のことですか？
違うのか？よかった。
And again, the little breaks in Pax's villainy where he just kind of becomes more of a normal person who's just kind of confused with everything. It's pretty great.
どうやらこんな趣味の悪いやつとの寝取られ展開とかじゃなかったらしい。
And yeah, and again, of course, Rudy is like happy that there's no netorare, which is great.
めっそうもない。そんな恐れ。
But also, a surprising number of people think that this 12-year-old should be getting with the 40-year-old lady. I mean, again, I know it's mostly done for comedic purposes, and eventually they do get together when Rudy becomes an adult, but it's still amusing because, even though nobody knows his true age is more adult, he's still, everybody thinks he's a 12-year-old kid.
至るところの一切ない不肖の弟子でございます。
まあいい。リーリャでは餌として弱かったようだが、お前ならいい餌になる。
Yeah, and this is and this scene in particular, I remember it from when I read it in the books. It was very much the same way. Pax is meant to be a bit of a parallel to Rudy in terms of his character arc, where he starts out as a total degenerate and eventually, his setting changes, his perspective changes, and he grows up a lot, even though his outcome is very different from Rudy's. But, I mean, this is one of the things where he is, at the moment, worse than Rudy was in his past life. Because, Rudy definitely sucked in his last life. I don't think he would have gone this far. And it's another one of those things where, even though Pax is not supposed to be like a respectable character or an intimidating force, a lot of his initial presentation feels very insidious to me. Like, yeah, he's not that impressive of a figure on his own, but he's been put into a scenario, into a situation where he has power above his abilities, and he's willing to use it for bad reasons. And that's why I think a lot of his initial impression comes off as very insidious, even if he's not an insidious presenting character on his own.
一ついいですか？
なんだおおそうだ最初の1回はお前の目の前で犯してやろうそしてお前の
Yeah.
首
And again, and this is another thing where even in Rudy's most degenerate levels, he was never the type of person who actually enjoyed other people's suffering. At most, he'd be the kind of guy who wouldn't care if somebody else was necessarily suffering, if he got something out of it. But at the same, but like Pax is expressing joy at the idea of Rudy getting upset and Roxy getting upset. Like that is so far outside of Rudy's experience that's like even setting them apart even further, even though they are parallels of one another.
絶望の顔に染まるロキシーと2回目だ
僕はここに来るまでリーリャの情報を一切聞かなかったのですが、そのどうやってロキシーは僕が囚われていることを知り得るのでしょうか。
But then it's also funny because Pax, it shows that he just didn't think his plan through at all. He thought of step one, but not like anything else. And the fact that the trap worked on Rudy was like a pure accident, basically, and a little bit of Hitogami's meddling.
優秀なロキシーならばどこからか聞きつけてくる
いや情報も流さない助けも呼ばせないだと誰も来ないと思うのですが。
現にお前はのこのこと現れたではないか
いやそれ
And I like how Rudy realizes he just doesn't have a good explanation for why he's here. Like, it was a complete accident, but he has no way of actually expressing that.
無影小魔術だかなんだか知らんが所詮世の権力には勝てんということだ
Respect my authority.
楽しみだ楽しみだロキシー早く来ないかな
来るわけねえだろ
それにしてもアイシャはまだ見つからんのか
手紙はすでに破り捨てたと報告にございます
And that's another thing I like. Another little bit of, hey, things don't seem quite right. It's that, you know, the two guards said, oh yeah, we destroyed the letter. Even though they didn't. Rudy was able to get the letter and fucked off with Aisha. So they lied in their report. That's another little thing that shows that, you know, maybe they aren't exactly what they seem.
放っておかれては
ダメだダメだ探せお前の家族がどうなってもいいの
And again, that's the moment it probably makes sense to the viewers, even if Rudy hasn't quite put the pieces together yet. Don't you care what happens to your family? That shows, oh, he's using that as leverage. They're not actually just doing this of their own free will.
直ちに捜索隊を出します
さあどいつもこいつも役立たずべ
人神のビジョン通りアイシャに会った偽名も使ったしロキシーに手紙も送った今のところは指示通りにやれてるおいおいもしかして俺
Yeah, and now he's just now realizing that, you know, things are a little bit off. But also, I do like this because the way Hitogami kind of works is a lot of time, again, he pushes somebody in the right direction without giving them all the information or telling them how things are going to play out. Whereas it might seem like there's a setback in the interim, but in the long run, everything kind of makes sense. And, you know, ultimately this does end up working out for Rudy. But I do like how Rudy experiences these setbacks and immediately is just like, oh shit, is this guy fucking with me? Did he betray me? And for reasons I can't explain without spoiling people, that's a really interesting line of thought, even though at this point, Hitogami is not trying to unduly fuck with him. He's not trying to cause a bad result for Rudy. Hitogami definitely knew he'd get into this scenario, but he's not trying to, but it's in service of a greater outcome, ultimately.
あいつに騙されたか
Okay. And that was episode 19. Again, another great episode. I think 18 was definitely better, but 19 was also a lot of fun, pretty great. And it also sets up for episode 20, which is one of my favorites so far. But before we get into that, I have to pee again. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. And you know, one thing that I'm pleasantly surprised by is that for those of you who were here last week, you'll know that my cat likes to interrupt the stream periodically. Like last week, she interrupted it like a dozen times by jumping on my desk, getting in front of the screen, stepping on the keyboard, all that stuff. She's actually weirdly well behaved this week. She hasn't interrupted a single time. And you know, last week, she, bothered me during the stream all those times. And again, I like the cat. She's a great pet. Was very annoying in the moment. As soon as I shut off the stream for the day, she goes onto the couch, curls up, and falls asleep. Like, really? You couldn't have done that a few hours prior? I don't know. She's a weird one. I think my cat's a bit of a tsundere. Okay. Yeah. And again, I do like how they're now starting to showcase how the gray rats initially got impacted by the teleportation. They showed Paul's perspective, not of the initial teleportation, but just how things played out. And also, it's nice to see Sylphie again, just visually showing that she's remained close to the family. Even though that, she doesn't have that connection there with Rudy gone. She's still becoming there. She's a part of their lives, and she's developing a bond with the little sisters, with Aisha specifically. I know Norn was afraid of her, but Aisha seemed receptive to her. I like how this is happening with like no sound to it. I think that really again amplifies the kind of oh shit moment where it's not as overbearing as you'd think it is, but it's still just it's coming. And again, another thing, like I mentioned, I wish they went into Lilia's backstory a little bit more to showcase just how she is, because seeing her so emotional like this, really just like how much she cares for her daughter and how much that impacts her, it means so much more when you know how she was at the start. Oh, hold up. Gotta once again make sure that this doesn't get nuked. Yeah. And this segment does remind me a lot of how the segment with Norn and Paul was. Not quite at the same level, but similar. Yeah. And once again, the fact that Lilia is just freaking the fuck out is so outside the norm for her. And it means so much when you know how stoic she was before all this, before Rudy kind of broke her walls down. And again, just the little visual indicators tell you what you need to know. Like you see the little scuffs and the patches of dirt on their clothes, and you know that they've been through it. They've been walking for a while, and that's what kind of brings them to this point. Again, they don't have to say anything, but you can see it. And I like that a lot. And again, as I mentioned, they really hinge on the whole parenting theme throughout this. If you remember the bit with Paul, where his whole thing was kind of going along, carrying Norn either in his arms or on his back. Same kind of thing with Lilia, going on her journey, carrying Aisha on her back. Yeah. Ugh. And of course, then we get an explanation for why Lilia and Aisha were in the castle in the first place. And, it's a nice little way of doing things. Very quick exposition. Doesn't linger too far on it, but it gets us where we need to know, while also doing a little bit of character stuff on the side. And I will say, I also do like how Paul always is able to pass down his eye color. That's a neat little thing, because Rudy and Norn and Aisha all have the green eyes, even though Lilia has the very striking purple color. And yeah, I will say, eye color in this series, I really like how all these characters have very intense eyes. Gives them a lot of personality. And again, and that same song, it is the same opening song as the last episode, takes on a whole new character with, Lilia and Aisha getting thrown into the dungeons. Oh, and of course, love opening up with the fucking cockroach scurrying around. And they're going to be doing another callback here, but, and that's one thing, when it comes to cockroaches, if you see one, there's a dozen more hidden away somewhere.
こんにちは。元ヒキニートのルーデウスです。本日はシーロン王国の無料アパートへと来ています。
So again, this is an obvious callback to when he was locked up in the Doldaya village, where, he kind of goes on this whole, real estate spiel. And again, this kind of showcases two instances of what I was talking about earlier, where this second part of season 1 is really starting to incorporate a lot of the stylistic elements from the books that I liked so much. And it's making me really enjoy the series more and more, because it's taking those things I really liked from the books and bringing them over to the anime. And two of those things are, one, the fact that a lot of scenes would have these callbacks and connections and parallel plot beats, where, again, it was just, they would do a scene that would remind you of something previously. Sometimes it would be for comedic effect. Sometimes it would have actual story implications. Sometimes it would just be there to be there. For example, one thing I'll point out when we eventually get to it is when Rudy first goes to the college and meets Ariel and Fitz, who we'll later learn is Sylphie, and they go on their whole journey up until Sylphie eventually reveals her true identity to Rudy. It very closely mirrors the plot beats of their initial meeting, where they first ended up becoming close. And it ends up at the point where, even Sylphie makes Rudy in both instances question his sexuality, where he's like, am I fucking gay? Holy shit. And then it ends with, Sylphie tries to get Rudy to strip her, tries to, construct a scene to make that happen. And the reason she does that is, partially because she's a little weird. She has these ideas that her anxiety kind of gets a hold of her, but it's because she remembers the bath scene from back when they were kids. And to her, it was just a funny little thing that happened. It's yeah, it was upsetting at the time, but it's funny when I look back at it. And so she was trying to kind of reenact that to hopefully jog Rudy's memory. And that was the in-universe explanation for why that happened. But it's also just the way they capped off the entire parallel series of events, that they just lined up almost perfectly that way. And the stripping was kind of the conclusion of that. It might have been, but it's the kind of thing. My guess is that Ariel did that because she knew Sylphie was kind of too much of a nervous wreck to really actually do the effective thing, which is just to kind of come out with it and just say, yeah, it's me, Sylphie. Yeah, that might have been yeah, I can kind of see that. If I'm remembering correctly, again, it's been a long time since I've read that part of the books, but I remember it being just kind of a silly thing. And I think a lot of it was Ariel trying to give Sylphie a bit of a push, and that this approach was indirect enough that Sylphie would actually go through with it, as opposed to, Ariel's initial advice, which is just to say, hey, just fucking talk to the guy already, where Sylphie's just refuses.
敷金礼金ゼロ、家賃ゼロ。ちょっと日当たりが悪くてベッドとトイレがないのが難点ですが、それを差し引いても家賃が安い。何しろタダですからね。しかもなんと安心のセキュリティ構造。この中にいると魔術を無効化し、外に出ることができなくなるんです。
まあこのネタは2回目だからいいとして。
ルイジェルド。
And then of course this not quite a breaking of the fourth wall, but a little bit of a push against the fourth wall, where he's like, nope, I've already kind of had this. I already did this bit earlier. Don't want to be repeating myself too much, and that's kind of funny.
エリス、早く助けに来て。ルスケテ。
Yeah, and finally we get the introduction to Zenoba, and he is another amazing character for a variety of reasons. But I like what they do with him, where essentially his entire existence is kind of twisting your expectations, where he comes out starting out with the facade of regality, where he's trying to portray a certain way of being, not unlike Pax, where Pax is trying to be this big anime villain. Zenoba is trying to be this kind of distinguished noble. And then of course you see how just fucking insane he is. And then later he kind of refines that into being just a very valuable ally and a good friend to Rudy. And it's funny, but also, so they love to kind of twist your expectations with him. And even his voice is different when he's trying to put on his facade.
これはどうもご丁寧に。ルーデウス・グレイロットです。本日はどのようなご用件で？
これをどこで手に入れた？いいえ、ジンジャーが押収した荷物に入っていたと聞いておる。
ルイジェルド人形。やはりこっちの国だと邪神像とかになるんだろうか。
Yeah, and I like how Zenoba's facade kind of makes Rudy a little bit nervous. He doesn't know what's the implications of his questions are. And also, and this is just another thing that Rudy tends to do, he tends to overthink things and assume that certain things about society are going to be negative, like how he initially hid his early magic training because he was worried that magic might be taboo or something like that, and that he might get in trouble for using magic. Which, even if he logically thought about it, he was reading from a magic textbook, so he should have realized that that's not the case. And he's doing the same kind of thing here.
マ大陸を旅している時に偶然入手したものです。
おお、やはり魔族の手によって作られたか。してどこらあたりで手に入れた？
And again, he's starting to break a little bit because he's getting excited because he just loves the figurines so much. And I don't know. Zenoba's always been an interesting character, even in his early phase, where he's not. He starts out as kind of a bit of a degenerate like Rudy and Pax, but he's in a different way where he is very much not malicious at all. He just kind of is completely self-interested, where he just doesn't even care what's going on around him as long as he is happy. And then he sees the figurines and he actually has something to direct his passion towards, and he still acts in a very selfish, self-centered way until eventually he grows up.
さて、何分僕も一目見て気に入ったから購入しただけで詳しいことは。
Yeah, and even the way the light reflects off of Zenoba's glasses, it's it's neat. And again, another great reveal. That Roxy figurine, which they barely even mentioned since Rudy first sold it. Yeah, and I like how they set these things up well in advance. And remember, this was in book 2, and at this point they're in like book 7 or 8, I think. I can't remember specifically. Past book like 3 and 4, I can't remember what happens in which book, just that it happens.
これはいつぞやのロクシー人形じゃないか。
この人形は4年ほど前市場で発見されたものだ。我が弟が当時宮廷魔術師だったロキシーによく似ていると行商人から購入したものだと。
And I will say, one of my favorite like not important sequences is about to come up, and it's so great. I'm excited to watch it again.
宮廷魔術師だったですか。
そうだ。我が弟の性的嫌がらせに
Oh, and I love that sentence right there. My brother's sexual harassment exceeded her tolerance. Like, what a line.
耐えかねて出奔した。そんなことよりこの人形の話だ。見てみろ。一見する。
And okay, so this sequence is so funny because he's, it's showcasing Zenoba's obsession with the figurine, how excited he is about it, how he's basically a fantasy otaku in like he's Rudy's soul sibling in a sense, and I love this sequence because they go so hard in the, they fully 3D modeled this figurine here. It's not just a part of the scene. Again, they gave it a full 3D model so they could rotate it and play around and do these interesting things in this sequence. Again, I love that for such a silly little moment, the art and animation team just went all out with this one, putting extra work into it. It makes it very funny.
これは杖を構えた普通の魔術師だ。しかし躍動感がある。このローブの波打ち具合を見ろ。片足をバッと前に出し、杖をグッと突き出す。その瞬間が。
Yeah, and the camera work is brilliant here too.
ありありとわかる。露出している肌はほんの少しだ。
And also, the way they're doing the lighting here, they're clearly making it so as if, a spotlight is on it, so the light and shadows function that way. Again, they went really high effort with this scene, and I like it. Well, yeah, I would expect that. Like, I feel like this scene is just calling for merchandise. Like, it would have been a huge fumble if they didn't make a figurine like this.
だがそこにそこはかとないエロスがある。この痩せぎ捨て決して豊満ではない体に。
And again, and they, just hinting at the fact that you can see the panties, which is a common thing in figurines. I'm not a figurine person, but I do own one, and it's a Roxy figurine, but not this Roxy figurine. And yeah, even you turn it over, you see panties, even though the figurine itself is not horny in any other way.
エロスを感じるのだ。今度はこうして後ろから見てみろ。ローブは本来体の線が出ない。しかし足を前に出したことで布が引っ張られ、ほんの少しだけ尻の線が浮かび上がっている。ぜひ見たいとそう思わせる尻だ。そう思えば、なんとこのローブは脱がすことができる。
Again, I just love the fact that they 3D modeled this shit for this scene. It's great.
ローブを前後に外してやると。あどけない少女の下着姿があらわになるではないか。そうして表を向けてみると、なんと左手が胸を隠している。おかしい。先ほどまで左手は杖を持っていたはずなのに。そう思い取り外したローブを見てみると、なんと左手がくっついたままだ。そう、この像には腕が3つあるのだ。ローブを着た姿と下着姿。
Yeah, honestly, if like actual commercials were like this, maybe we wouldn't hate watching them.
このギミックで2つの像が一体化しているのだ。思考、まさに思考。そやなドワーフの作れる人形などでは到底及びもつかない領域にこの人形はある。
And again, I love how this whole speech, he gets progressively more and more excited, and it leads to him fully breaking the character he was trying to put on. He like completely throws away any attempt at being dignified anymore. And I do 100% agree. The voice acting here is absolutely peak. Like literally in my notes here. I'll show you. These are the notes that I wrote as I was watching. Because again, the idea was just to keep my brain working. For this scene, I literally wrote, voice acting is so peak.
はあ、嬉しい。この世界に生まれ、小さな頃からコツコツとフィギュアを作ってきた甲斐があったってもんだ。
あれ脇下のほくろが消えてるのですが。
And I love how Rudy's immediate reaction is, oh, he got rid of the mole, and he just loses his shit over that. It's and Pax and Zenoba just plays right into that. It's beautiful.
それは人形の美観を損ねると思って削った。
Again, just the angling, the fact that his face is covered in shadows. He's like barely containing his rage. It's Rudy gets so the times Rudy gets really, really angry, aside from like certain real major plot events, but so much of his rage comes from the stupidest things. Like again, the fact that a mole on his figurine was removed, or when the death god tries to cook him chicken and it sucks. Rudy just kind of goes over the top with this stuff. And Zenoba's like the perfect audience for this. He completely feeds into it.
ちょっと手の位置を見てください。隠しきれていないのがわかりますか？手が届いていないのがわかりますか？胸は隠せているのに、ほくろが隠せていないことがわかりますか？
It's like, it's amazing that Rudy is like personally insulted by this, and Zenoba is actually like crushed by Rudy's upset. It's just, it's like everything. It's like you throw a bunch of sticks into the air and they land on the ground and form a perfect square. Everything just kind of falls into place for this scene in the most entertaining way. And of course, and now they don't even draw Rudy's eyes here. That's just another way of like setting him in this mental state.
そうだ。俺はほくろを第二の乳首に見立て、それを隠せていないことに対する恥じらいを表現したのだ。
要は何も分かっていない。なのに作品を汚して。
Again, the voice acting he's doing here, the like the sputtering he's doing, of like contorting his throat to have to make the words kind of get forced out. Whoever this is, whoever did this voice acting, probably did not get paid enough.
まあ、ほくろなんてまた付け直せばいいんですが。あ
なた様がこの人形の制作者であらせられましたか?
And again, all that builds up to this moment where he just completely stops even pretending to be refined, and he's just like, "Yep, fuck it, let's roll."
あなた様の作品を毎日見ていました。見るたびに発見があり、尊敬の念を募らせていました。
And I will say, I do like how, even though Zenoba's insanity ends up getting toned down eventually, he never loses that intense passion for what he's doing. Even when he starts taking an interest in magic circles and learning how they all work and constructing the magical implements and stuff like and all that stuff, he still retains his interest in the figurines and again also leans into the parent thing where he essentially becomes like Julie's father and has her kind of he expresses himself through her art. But even though he doesn't act like this forever, like the core of that still remains. And I also do like a bit of contrast he has with Pax, because even though Zenoba and Pax are both meant to be like somewhat parallels to Rudy, Pax is kind of a very egotistical character, whereas Zenoba, he basically has no ego whatsoever. He is completely self-interested, but he doesn't put himself on any kind of pedestal. He doesn't care that he has power or anything like that. He just wants what he wants. And he's willing to put himself underneath somebody he respects. And again, I do like how he just goes, in this scene, he goes through every emotion.
その姿はまるで夏の祭典で神官に群がる亡者のようであった。
Again, that voice actor, I don't know how much he got paid, but it wasn't enough.
暗雲垂れ込めたり。
しかり、嵐は近し。
突然の申し出にもかかわらずのご助力、誠に痛み入る。
挨拶は後よ。
Okay, Satoshi Tsuruoka. Tsuruoka. Okay, sorry, my pronunciation's still not great, but okay. Yeah, he absolutely peak work in this series. They couldn't have picked someone better. Again, that's another little nod to Eris being really shit at keeping secrets, where again she almost blurts it out. And one thing is with Aisha, she does obviously figure out that Rudy's her brother. Like, she figures it out before the end of the series, before the end of the episode. And I think I know the specific point she figures it out. But like, I already here, she's smart enough that she's probably starting to put some of the pieces together. Where, you know, Eris like kind of half blurts out Rudy's name a couple of times.
飼い主はどこにいるの？
飼い主殿は現在当王宮の地下牢に監禁されております。
早く助け。
And again, every time Eris hears about Rudy having any kind of issue, her immediate reaction is always to run out, take her sword, and fuck shit up about it. She wants to fight about it, basically. And she always kind of has to get restrained. And the fact that she literally freezes in place is fucking hilarious.
お願いしたいことがございます。
何よそれ。
あいつは一人でも大丈夫だ。それでどういう願いなのだ。
あなた方に私たちの家族を救っていただきたい。
And that right there, you know that Rui, they're scared of Ruijerd, obviously, because he's a very imposing, intimidating figure. Even without the curse with his hair, he's still, you know, people can look at him and see how strong he is. And you love how this line right here, you know, they said, rescue our families. Immediately, Ruijerd is like, yeah, we're going to do that. 100%. Like, that is exactly the right thing to say to him.
城攻めと聞いていたが、説明しろ。
Even though he's not, you know, he wants more information. At that moment, he's like, their families are in trouble. I don't know what's going on, but that needs to be fixed.
我々の家族がパックス殿下に人質に取られているのです。
どういうことよ。あ、私も聞いたことがあります。パックス殿下は王宮の兵を好き勝手に操るために家族を人質に取っているって。
我々も日々何とかしたいとは思っていたのですが、相手も一筋縄ではいかず、もどかしい日々が続いておりました。
どうかお願い申し上げる。
わかったわ。
And of course, again, Eris is another character. It's really nice when her kindness shines through, where, again, she was kind of annoyed at not being able to just kind of go off and fuck shit up. But she hears their plight, and then her immediate reaction is, yep, we're gonna help you. And then, even though she's not a soft character at all, this is kind of how she expresses her softer side, where, like, she wants to do the right thing, she wants to help people. This is how she does it. She just makes it a matter-of-fact thing.
そういうことなら早く行きましょう。
分かった。だがエリスはここで待て。
なんでよ。
And then again, that's also just like right there getting slapped with, you need to stay, don't come with us. And of course, this is just goes against everything she is. She wants to get right in the thick of things. She wants to swing her sword. She wants to, see the action and be the hero. But then, another sign of her maturity is that she pretty immediately accepts that she needs to stay and take care of Aisha, because Aisha needs someone looking after her.
アイシャを連れて行くわけにはいかん。
お姉ちゃん。
Again, and also, and that's one thing the fact that Aisha called her One-chan, that's something that the subtitles couldn't quite convey. Like, that's just a sign that Aisha is starting to view Eris as someone she's getting close to. Like, and that one word says so much about where they stand right now. And, Eris would have internalized that. The subtitles can't quite convey that perfectly, but like, this is the moment where even though it kills Eris to not go out, she definitely feels really protective over this kid and wants to look after her. So she immediately accepts her current role, even though it's not something that would normally be in her nature.
ここでアイシャを守るのも立派な任務だ。
分かったわ。ここは私に任せなさい。
案内します。
大丈夫だ。俺にはわかる。
Yeah, and that's also another case of Ruijerd. He no longer feels as much shame for his third eye, so he's just like, no, this is a part of me. I'm going to use it to help people. That's just another nice little thing for Ruijerd.
やはりそれらしい仕掛けはどこにもありませんな。
殿下の配下には結界に
Yeah, I will say the overall introduction of Zenoba, I can't imagine it being done any better than this.
詳しい人はいないんですか？
世に配下はおりません。最後の一人はロキシーの人形と交換いたしましたゆえ。いやー、いい取引でした。
こいつ歪みねえな。
Yeah, and I know something they don't mention outright, but is, implied. It is mentioned outright in the books, is that Ginger was that last subordinate that got traded over to Pax.
このままだとどうやら君は破門ということになりそうですね。
And it actually does say a lot that she's still very loyal to Zenoba, even though he quite literally just kind of tossed her away for a figurine. And again, again, they eventually do grow to care about each other. Even though she's his subordinate, she does kind of act almost like his mother at times. It's a cute little way their relationship develops.
なんと師匠なんたることだ。
まあ無事ここから出られたら弟子とすることにしてもいいのですが。
おお、そんなことでいいのですか。では。
And then, of course, once his kind of hopes get restored, he's immediately able to compose himself and get onto his facade again, as unconvincing as it is.
つまり師匠、パックスをどうにかすればいいわけですね。
ええ、そうなりますね。
わかりました。
And I also really like how the next couple of events is gonna be a bit of a fake out like they've been doing. Again, a big part of Zenoba, not necessarily his character, but a big part of Zenoba's presentation, how he's shown to the viewer or to the reader in the books, is meant to kind of trick you into thinking one thing and then going a completely different direction. The little cues they're giving are going to strongly imply that he's about to murder Pax, even though we know he doesn't. So, and I really like the little bit of fake out. Even me having read the books and knowing exactly what happens here, and knowing that Pax survives, it got me kind of invested. I like it.
私のご辛抱を。
ちょっと待て、どこに行く？何をするつもりだ？マジかよ。
何かしら。
くそ、なんでこんな時に。おい、急げ、緊急事態だ。
Yeah, and I'll say those like implements with the glowing embers and all that stuff. That's pretty hardcore. Yeah, true, he does almost kill him, but at the same time, you got to consider how absurdly strong Zenoba is. And even though he does hurt Pax quite a bit, you know, it would have been so easy for him to kill Pax in that moment, and he doesn't. And especially when you consider he had already accidentally killed somebody. Like, and again, just kind of like Lenny from Mice and Men, where, you know, he's just so strong he can't even comprehend it at times.
あれはこの国にいるある人が暴れた時に取り押さえるための道具です。
And again, this is more of just kind of misdirection. It's like they need this stuff to restrain him. He is, and they're going to explain that he's a blessed child in a minute. Yeah, that's true. That fire is the weakness. They don't really explain it so much in the anime, at least at this point. But yeah, again, they each time they're bringing out this intense-looking implement. This whole thing is trying to misdirect the viewer to thinking he's about to murder Pax, and like just go up to Pax and just kill him, even though that's not what he's doing. Everything is trying to screaming at the viewer that this is what's going to happen, and I like the misdirection here.
その方はミコって呼ばれていて、この国でもすごく貴重な。
I do think this exposition here is a bit forced. Like it, I mean, it's one of those things where this is where the information is given to the reader in the books, but it's done in narration. I can't remember. It was either Rudy narrating or it was the omniscient narrator doing his thing. I can't remember which it is, but it makes sense in that context to just kind of drop this exposition here. It isn't as easy to do that naturally in an anime, so they just kind of had Aisha do it, and to me it doesn't feel quite natural. I mean, I get that they had to do it this way. There wasn't really any other way they could do it, but it feels a little off.
存在として丁重に扱われているらしいんです。あ、ミコっていうのは生まれつき何か特殊な能力を持っている人たちのことです。で、そのミコ様は生まれた時からものすごい怪力を持っていて。
And again, they're showing Pax on screen as Aisha is talking about how Zenoba killed his other brother. So again, everything is leading you to think he's gonna kill Pax right here.
へえ。でもそんなに強いのなら一度戦ってみたいわね。
And of course, Eris's immediate reaction is, "Oh, I want to fucking fight him."
Zenoba 様、
ザノバ様、止まってください。
ザノバ様。
何あれ。あの人です。
Yeah, and of course it's Aisha's like genuinely terrified of him. Like she's pretty resilient for the most part, but it's like Zenoba scares the shit out of her. Yeah. Yeah, that is also true, Amir. The scene is a bit more fleshed out in the light novel. And also, that also showcases how Zenoba is like hyper logical and also completely unconcerned with whether or not things will negatively impact him.
師匠、どうでしょう。これで弟子にしてくださいますね。
ザノバ様、その手をお離しください。
But that being said, as much as, you know, this is a little bit of a different take on this scene, I do like how uncomfortable this scene is overall, where Pax is just losing his shit, Zenoba is completely stoic, and the tension is just high because there's so many conflicting emotions going on. Because, like, you know, Pax is obviously a little piece of shit, but he's you know, you don't still feel comfortable with him in agony. And then, of course, the soldiers are also in the interesting combination of A, not being sure they can actually restrain him, B, not being able to be sure that that Zenoba won't just kill Pax if they try, and C, not really wanting to protect Pax in the first place. And again, that one line again, that he's probably used multiple times, that has worked earlier, and don't you worry what happens to your family. Now he no longer has that leverage, and that kind of is what jolts the guards into like, no, fuck this guy.
あんたたちの家族なら絶対に大丈夫よ。ルイジェルドが向かったんだもの。
ルイジェルド殿？
ルイジェルドは私たちの仲間でとっても優しいスペルト族よ。
And then they're like, oh shit, we got a Superd on our side. They're being protected by a Superd. Like, again, to them, the Superd are like the boogeyman. It's like basically saying a terrifying monster is protecting your loved ones. And the organ music in the background is great too. It really heightens the tension of this scene. I like it a lot. And again, once she kind of processes her emotions really quickly, completely regains her composure and acts the way she's about to act. And I will say I'm very impressed by how likable they made Ginger using so little time to show her to the audience. Like, it very well done here.
もとより自分はザノバ殿下への忠誠を誓った身。殿下のご意志に背くことはできません。
おい、何を言って。
バックス、まだよう待たせる気か。ああ、お前の首を今にも引っこ抜きそうだ。
And of course, Rudy is just losing his shit as well, because let's not forget his experiences with death. He really does not like seeing people die. Like, it's still something that completely fucks him up. And as much as he does not like Pax at this moment, he really does not want to see him get his head pulled off in front of him. And even, again, just the artistic depiction of this face here uses a different art style to highlight how off everything is right now. The fact that, again, he's having his head pulled pretty much to the limit. Yeah, and again, even Ginger. Ginger fucking hates Pax, but this is even making her uncomfortable. And again, she's very in control of herself most of the time. So the fact that this is having a visible impact on her, that means a lot. Yeah, and again, you see even just kind of just lightly grazing him, he ends up breaking his arm. Or like that's just a great showcase of how strong he really is and how much restraint he was showing to be able to slowly kind of pull on him without actually damaging him. That's it. That little like arm break right there is a great way of showcasing all of that.
やれやれ、人間はか弱くてかなわんな。
え、これで解決？ ジンジャーは味方だったの？
And then great, the whole time he's just like, Rudy's just completely lost. It's all, you don't really realize it until this moment that everything has kind of been happening around him, and he was just kind of sitting there in the circle the whole time while everything else was moving to get to this point. And it's just funny to realize that he's completely lost at this point. He's like, what the fuck is going on?
もう訳がわからないよ。
Although, at the same time, Pax constantly threatening the guards with their families, like, that should have kind of tipped him off. But, despite being smart, Rudy is kind of a dumbass.
この事件の発端は俺がアイシャを助けたところ、兵士たちは無影症魔術を見て俺がロキシーの弟子だと気づき、事情を話して家族を助けてもらおうと考えたんだそうな。
Yeah, and I feel like this explanation right here isn't strictly necessary, but it's a good background to show that Rudy is in his thoughts while these touching reunions are all happening.
途中、俺が地下に閉じ込められたせいで計画は頓挫しかけたが、彼らは諦めなかった。ジンジャーはジンジャーでザノバに人形を渡して。
And once again, we see Ginger getting really emotional. That's just another great way of showing her inner personality when you consider how stoic she normally is. Again, I have to say, I'm very impressed with how likable they made Ginger with so few moments dedicated to her.
俺に接触させたりと裏でいろいろ動いていたらしい。しかしそれならそうと最初に会った時でも説明してくれりゃ俺ももう少しうまく動けたのにさ。
And this is also a really nice moment because Rudy is definitely happy that things worked out so well for him. But at the same time, all these groups are kind of having their reunions, the soldiers with their families, Aisha with Lilia, even Ruijerd and Eris are kind of having their own conversation. And right, he says, I feel like I was left out. He does, in a sense, feel isolated from everyone at the moment. That's just kind of how he processes things. And we'll later see in the ending of this episode, he's not quite right about that.
これだけ仲間外れじゃん。ま、家族の命がかかってたのなら。
Like, we already pointed out that Rudy is starting to view his family as his family. And it's now starting to get to a point where he's going to start feeling like he's truly accepted by them. And that's going to be another big emotional hurdle for him.
下手なことはできないか。
And of course, he still feels caring and protective over his little sister. And once again, as per usual, they break it up with a bit of comedy.
こいつ破門にしてやろうか。
Yep, exactly. Yep, he just fucking chucks him in the air. It's great. Again, and then for a third time, Eris just almost reveals the secret by accident because she communicates with yelling. And of course, Eris is also wants to help in her own way, and she knows that that Aisha has an incorrect idea of who Rudy is. At least the Rudy she knows as her brother, not the Rudy she's met. So Eris, in her attempt to help, saying she just kind of wants to build Rudy up in her mind. So that's kind of how she wants to help. And again, it's one more instance of Rudy. Again, he's just kind of helping load the cart and everything. Once again, he's kind of separating himself from everyone else. He doesn't quite feel like he belongs yet, but there's going to be another really... And then Lilia here. Again, I'm so annoyed that they didn't go into how she is. Because the moment we're about to see, where she becomes really motherly towards Rudy and really caring, really kind, that means so much for Lilia. Like, that is a huge fucking deal. And while it is very powerful in the anime, it's not as powerful as it should be, because you never know how repressed Lilia was before all this. And of course, the fucking panties come back, because they always come back. And it's funny because Lilia is, again, she has just a weird view on the world. She doesn't even, like, consider how strange that is. She just knows that it's something important to Rudy, so it's important to her. And once again, they're doing another instance of showing the connection between two people who are apart by some sort of apparel as a piece of gift. Usually it's jewelry. So Roxy gave Rudy her pendant. Rudy gave Sylphie his wand. Sylphie just gave Rudy the amulet she crafted. Ghislaine gave Eris the ring. And Rudy's going to give Aisha the forehead protector. This is just a commonality that they use throughout the series. Just another instance of that. It's great. I mean, okay, I didn't remember that. Again, it's been a long time. I'm fuzzy on the details, but... Yeah. And again, Rudy still remembers Sylphie. She still cares about her. He's still touched that she still cares about him. And it makes him a little sad because he misses her. But then again, Lilia just showing just overt unconditional love for Rudy. Such a touching moment that, again, is not quite where it needs to be because they never go into how broken she was beforehand. Because, again, I know I'm harping on it, but the whole thing with Lilia is that she was so repressed beforehand that any show of emotion is amplified because it shows how far she's come. And you lose all of that by not showing how she was beforehand. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true as well, where she just kind of views Rudy's horniness as kind of a mini Paul horniness, where, yeah, it's a little weird on the surface, but, you know, there's a kindness underneath it. But also, Lilia does tend to have warped perceptions on things in general. Like, again, they don't go into it in the anime, but in the first light novel, you know, it's revealed that when they were young, Paul had raped her. And then she had gone on to eventually romanticize the incident to the point where she just kind of thinks of it as an awkward sexual encounter, even though it really fucked her up at the time. So I think this is just kind of... She logics her way through a lot of things in ways that don't always make a lot of sense to, like, anyone besides her. And of course they undercut it with yeah, and of course they undercut it with boobs, and it's kind of funny, but I know Lilia is at the point where she finds it endearing because, like, you know, he's the same kid who protected me back then. It's the same kid I've grown to love and respect. And she really does become like a second mother to him. And yeah, and that is one thing I was mentioning earlier, where Lilia, well, she definitely does care about Aisha. She loves her daughter. Sometimes she lets her gratitude for Rudy and her appreciation and admiration of him kind of undercut the things she should be feeling about her own daughter. Because even though she does, in many senses, see Rudy as like almost like a surrogate son, again, that like Aisha is her actual daughter, and she does in some instances kind of prioritize Rudy over Aisha, especially in this case where Aisha is like genuinely brilliant. She's a genius, like no exaggeration, legitimate genius, but she's like, oh, she doesn't immediately like you, so she's kind of dumb.
愚鈍な娘です。愚鈍は言い過ぎでしょう。
Oh, hey, Ancap, glad to see you.
実は内密にお願いがあるのですが。
お願いですか？僕にできることなら。
どうか私を旅の仲間に加えてください。
はい？
私は将来腹違いの兄に仕えるようにってお母さんから言われているんですが。
ですが？
嫌なんです。先日同様変態。
And I love this moment where she's just kind of losing her shit about the idea of going with Rudy, even though she doesn't know that this is Rudy. She still has the idea that Rudy is just the horny older brother who's gonna do horrible things.
ダメですか？お母さんが言ってましたけど、私結構育つと思いますよ。男好きのする体に。
リーリャ、あんた一体何を教えている？
And again, that's something I've been talking. She ends up realizing it. I think there's a moment of realization in this scene that's coming very shortly. I don't remember. Oh, I think it might have been a test. I remember she did kind of test Rudy in the books, where she was kind of like, yeah, I don't know exactly when she figures it out, but I know in the books she kind of did give him a little bit of a test to see if he was actually a good guy. But I don't know. But also, this goes to what I've been saying earlier about how Lilia's weird view of the world kind of expresses itself in her parenting, where, again, that's a weird thing to say to a kid. Okay, but the head chop is fucking funny.
子供がそういうこと言っちゃいけません。
But also, this does, I think it happens at this point in the story. I don't know for sure. It might have happened later, the next time they meet up. But I know that Lilia in the books, which I imagine they're probably toning down a bit for the anime, in the books, she wanted Aisha to not only grow up to serve Rudy as you know, like a servant out of gratitude for how he saved her, but he also kind of wanted Rudy to take her as a mistress, which a little weird, a little strange since she's his half sister, but also just like weird of Lilia to think that that's kind of the appropriate action to take. And yeah, the whole thing is kind of weird. And even Aisha kind of leans into that after a while, where once she actually does start to like and respect Rudy, she kind of loosely pushes into that. She loosely kind of leans into that idea as well. Although Rudy shoots her down, and she doesn't press the issue too much. But the whole thing is a little weird. That just goes to show that Lilia is strange. Like, she still kind of views herself as beneath Zenith and as kind of the subordinate, even though she really has become like the second mother of the household. And like, in a sense, she doesn't even realize internally that, you know, Rudy would view Aisha as his little sister, like somebody he should care and protect, not a potential partner. Yeah, that's the thing, is Lilia doesn't do anything for any kind of cruel, malicious, or evil reasons. She is just still suffering from a lot of the damage that Paul inflicted on her back when they were still young. Like that, like I firmly believe that whole interaction completely fucked her in the head. And essentially Rudy was able to kind of set her on the journey of starting to heal from that. But even though the damage is restored, the effects are not all returned back to normal. And I do also think that Lilia is just she's a severely underrated character. Like the fact that she always kind of puts herself as off to the side, as someone who's less important, who doesn't matter as much. Again, even she's the second wife of Paul, where Zenith is the primary wife and she's the other wife. And, you know, at the point where they rescue Zenith, and Zenith does have her disability going on, Lilia just kind of immediately is like, it is my role to care for her. This is my purpose going forward. I'm going to take care of Zenith and do whatever it needs to be done. And that's partly because she views herself as the perpetual servant, but also because, you know, Zenith was her friend. It's someone she cares about. But yeah, like, even though Lilia, for all intents and purposes, does become like a full-fledged member of the household. Yeah, so, Ankef, so, yeah, I keep forgetting that you don't really have context. So in this world, Mushoku Tensei, marriage is not like a formal institution. The idea is that, you know, most people do pair off as is normal, but there's nothing actually preventing polygamous scenarios. So in the very early part of the series, you know, Paul is married to Zenith, and then she gets pregnant and Paul ends up cheating on her with Lilia. There's like a whole thing going on with that, and Rudy kind of mends the situation and ultimately repairs they repair all their relationships. And, you know, because Lilia also got pregnant, she kind of got elevated to the status of wife. And so they live as husband and wives. So that's kind of how this whole thing works in this world, where it's like, yeah, as Alan said, there's no actual documentation. Marriage is just when people decide, yes, we're married now. And that's just how it all works. So just through extraordinary circumstances, the two of them both ended up married to the same guy. And it actually is interesting because it sets the stage for a lot later on, because Rudy ends up having multiple wives as well. And, you know, it's not like he's trying to build a harem or anything. It just kind of happens with three people he genuinely cares about. So it's, you know, it's an interesting facet of the world. But of course, it also creates an interesting dynamic with Lilia, because as she's the second wife, she got that status by starting out as essentially betraying her best friend at the time by sleeping with her husband. That was, you know, something that she never felt good about. And then that kind of solidified her idea that she's always the second person, the other, the one off to the side. Even though by the time everybody kind of gets reunited and joins all the same household, because it'll be, you know, Rudy, Eris, Sylphie, Roxy, Lilia, Aisha, Norn to an extent, although she ends up living on the university. Well, they're all in the same household, and, you know, Lilia is not the servant anymore. She's a full-fledged member of the household. She is like one of the maternal figures. She still carries herself as the servant.
これを差し上げましょう。
何ですか、いきなり。
この鉢金は僕がずっと使っているものです。
Yeah, and then just another thing, like I've been showing earlier, showing the connection between people by giving them these little tokens like this, where, as I mentioned, Ghislaine gave Eris her ring, Roxy gave Rudy her medallion, things like that. And oh yeah, Rudy gave Sylphie his wand. Now he's giving Lilia his forehead protector, and that's going to be what she can remember him by.
好きな人のものを身近に置いておくと安心するものです。お兄さんもそうだったんじゃないでしょうか。 アイシャはどうですか?
Yeah. Yeah. I love this moment right here. This is where she fully accepts him. Like she's just like, yes, this is my brother. I like him. Yes. And it's so adorable. And I can't help but point out every character is cuter with a little fang like that. The fang is peak character design. I will take no arguments. Yeah. Even though the fang just doesn't make any sense, it's still peak. Yeah. And Lilia is just so happy that her daughter and her surrogate son are starting to get along, starting to care for one another. Like this is like everything she wanted. Like even though she is not with her husband anymore, even though she still sees herself as not worthy, like she is completely content with how things are in this moment. She's just, she's probably never felt this happy in her life. And that's just funny. It's like, sorry, I called you hentai. Yeah, I don't know. It's and this is really funny. It's a great way to reveal that she had picked up on more than she let on, and of course, she's kind of shows that she overcame her initial thoughts about Rudy's personality and that she's fully accepted him. Very adorable. And it's just funny, little kid saying, "Oh, sorry, I called you a perv."
いいんですよ。
And of course, the little delayed reaction. And then Lilia, like, oh, Lilia is just like, this is her over the moon expression. This is like, again, this is like everything she wanted. She's been trying to build Aisha up to love and respect her brother. Aisha completely rejected that until she actually met him, developed a bond with him. But now, Aisha feels about Rudy the same way that Lilia feels about Rudy, and she's absolutely thrilled about that. And it's just a very cute scene. And again, it also sets up a nice little it's also finishing the setup for the arcs that they're going to go on later on when they all meet up again. And, Aisha when they're all kind of together in the same household in Renoa, Aisha's going to kind of be attached to Rudy at the hip. She's going to absolutely be all over him, very clingy, very affectionate, that kind of thing. Whereas Norn still holds on to her early resentment of Rudy and kind of needs to work past that. And eventually she does. It comes around in a different way, where she has to see other parts of Rudy to really appreciate him. And it's also going to have another very touching scene that I'm excited to see that play out. Yeah, I like how this finishes up that setup where, Rudy meets both of them as toddlers and is going to reunite with both of them as teenagers. And that's going to kind of set their dynamic moving forward.
何よ、やっぱりバレバレじゃないのよ。
あれ?
Yeah. And then Rudy, of course, Rudy is once again kind of blown away by the fact that he's loved and accepted by his family. And of course, Rudiger's already kind of started to fuck off without them.
後日談。パックスとザノバは例の件の責任を問われ、 留学という形で国外追放となったそうな。
And again, and this is great because it's, you know, it's obviously meant to be comedy. It's like Zenoba's being dragged away from his master. And it's kind of implies that this is kind of the closing of the door for them, even though both of them are going to show up later. And I imagine Zenoba's reintroduction is going to be fucking hilarious, because it was hilarious in the book because it was just completely dropped in out of nowhere. But also it's the setup for a great arc between Zenoba and Rudy. Well, and yeah, Zenoba is great. I was very impressed. I mean, I found his initial introduction to be funny, but I did not care for him as a character at that point. But he really, really grew on me during the stuff in Renoa. Like, it was very, very, very good. I liked it a lot. Okay, and that is episode 20. Yeah, ultimately, I think this... I said this last week, but I mean it even more this week. This series just keeps getting better and better as it progresses. And yes, I agree, the voice actor absolutely peak here. Yeah, I feel like they really are starting to hit their stride with this series. The writers and the animators and the artists and all that, they're really starting to get the overall spirit of the books. Again, and they're starting to bring it to the anime in ways that they didn't really do in part 1, even though I think part 1 was also quite good. In part 2, it feels like they're really starting to get it. They really know what they want with this series. They're starting to incorporate a lot of the little playing around with time, how they'll mess around with different characters' perspectives. Rudy's narration is starting to show that he's a bit of a little shit, that kind of thing. I'm feeling the same way that I was feeling when I was reading the books, and that's a very, very good thing. And of course, the emotional moments that they're doing are just expertly done. Like, genuinely, a lot of these moments, I anticipate them because I remember how I felt when I was reading them. And I'm just like hoping that they can bring that over to the anime. And so far, they've nailed it just about every single time. Like, these moments are great. I'm continuously excited to see moments in the future. And yeah, honestly, the more I watch this show, the more I am excited to continue watching the show. And yeah, that would make a whole lot of sense if it's true, if Rifujin did actually work directly with the team and the anime, because I think that's usually a good sign when the original creators of something are involved in the adaptation. Not always, but usually, because at the very least, that means that the writing staff have a direct line to the person who knows everything that's going on. It's like, if you've ever read the visual novel True Remembrance, which is a great visual novel, it's free, I would highly recommend it. It has a genuinely amazing translation, and it reads like a native speaker. And a big reason for that, I actually spoke to the translator, and he mentioned that he worked directly with the original author to make sure that he could bring over the writing style and the little hidden meanings and all this stuff. He wanted to make sure that as much of the original author's style made its way into the English version. So, and that I feel like elevated up past the point that it otherwise would have been. So if Rifujin was involved in this adaptation, they're gonna have that same kind of advantage where he knows what message is supposed to be conveyed at every single time, and he can make sure that it's properly expressed. How long is the visual novel? It wasn't very long. Let me quickly look it up. I can do that. Give me 1 second. Just gotta pull up the VNDB. Yeah, it looks at it. It says it's about 5.5 hours. So yeah, I remember finishing it in like 2 or 3 sittings. It's a pretty easy read. Yeah, it's pretty good. True Remembrance is one that I really liked a lot. I think it does a lot of really great things. Yeah, 5.5 hours is what VNDB says. It was a little bit less for me because I'm a fast reader, but I do feel like one of the scene in the climax does kind of elevate it beyond what it sounds like. It's like it starts out good, then the climax scene elevates it to great because you see all the buildup that it was doing throughout the entire thing. Hey, good. I try to recommend it a lot. It's actually, if somebody is asking for a recommendation for a first visual novel, True Remembrance is usually what I recommend to them because of, free, not too long, and in my opinion, very, very good. So I'm always happy to see more people read it because I think it is a little bit underrated. But with that being said, I got through these episodes a little faster than I expected to, but, still 5 hours is nothing to sneeze at. I appreciate everyone who showed up today, whether chatting, lurking, or anything in between. I had a lot of fun. Again, as I mentioned before, I am still extremely excited to continue watching this show and to get to later parts. Like, again, I'm actually looking forward to each stream each week. It's great. Next week, I think we're going to be finishing off the rest of season 1. So that'll be exciting. I think I know what's going to be coming up, so I'm interested to see how they handle that. So I guess I will see you guys next week, and I will try to have a proper BRB screen prepped for then, because I know I just haven't been doing that. I meant to have it done this week. I just didn't have time. Okay, thanks for showing up, everyone. I'll see you next week.